Story 1. Nobody in my family supported me when I became a single mother. But once I started making a lot of money, they all wanted to get close to me. I never expected my family's reaction to hurt so much. Maybe I was naive, thinking that blood meant something more than it actually did. When I told them I was pregnant at 22, sitting in our cramped living room with the smell of my mother's burnt coffee filling the air, the silence that followed felt heavier than anything I'd ever experienced. My mother's face went through several expressions: surprise, disappointment, then something that looked like genuine disgust. She set down her mug so hard it cracked against the wooden table. "How could you be so careless?" were her first words. Not congratulations, not asking if I was okay, just pure judgment wrapped in maternal disappointment. Dad didn't even look at me. He kept his eyes glued to the evening news, jaw clenched so tight I could see the muscle twitching. When the commercial break came, he finally spoke without turning around. "I suppose he's not going to marry you." It wasn't a question. It was an accusation disguised as resigned acceptance. "He's not ready for this responsibility?" I tried to explain, my voice smaller than I intended. "But I want to keep the baby. I can handle this." That's when my older brother, Marcus, laughed. Actually laughed from the kitchen doorway. "Handle this? You can barely handle paying your car insurance on time. You think raising a kid is some kind of joke?" My younger sister, Emma, just shook her head, fingers typing furiously on her phone. "Great. Now I'll have to explain to everyone at college why my sister got knocked up by some loser who won't even claim the baby." She looked up at me with genuine annoyance. "Do you have any idea how embarrassing this is for the rest of us?" The words stung more than any physical blow could have. This wasn't how I'd imagined telling them. I'd pictured concern, maybe some disappointment, but ultimately support. Instead, I got treated like I'd committed some unforgivable crime against the family reputation. "What will the neighbors think?" Mom finally said, rubbing her temples like my pregnancy had given her a migraine. "Mrs. Patterson next door has been bragging about her daughter's engagement for months. Now, what am I supposed to say when she asks about you?" "Maybe you could say you're going to be a grandmother," I suggested quietly, though I already knew that wasn't the response she wanted. Dad finally turned around, and the disappointment in his eyes made my chest tight. "You made your bed, sweetheart. Now you get to lie in it. Don't expect us to clean up this mess for you." The rest of the evening dissolved into uncomfortable silence and whispered conversations between my parents that stopped whenever I entered the room. Marcus left without saying goodbye, and Emma went upstairs, probably to call her friends and complain about her irresponsible sister. That night, lying in my childhood bed, surrounded by participation trophies and faded boy band posters, I realized something fundamental had shifted. The people I'd always counted on to catch me when I fell had just stepped aside and watched me hit the ground. I placed my hand on my still flat stomach and made a promise that would define the next decade of my life. I would prove them all wrong. Not just about my ability to raise this child, but about who I really was underneath their low expectations. The weeks following my announcement turned our house into a war zone of passive aggression and cold shoulders. Mom started declining invitations to book club meetings and canceled her monthly coffee dates with Mrs. Patterson. When I asked her about it, she gave me a look that could freeze water. "I need time to figure out how to explain your situation," she said, emphasizing situation like it was a terminal diagnosis. "Some things require delicate handling." The delicate handling apparently included pretending I didn't exist. Family dinners became awkward affairs where conversations died the moment I sat down. Marcus would check his phone constantly. Emma would eat in silence, and my parents discussed everything except the elephant in the room, or rather, the baby growing inside it. When I mentioned needing help setting up the crib I'd bought secondhand, Dad looked at me like I'd asked him to donate a kidney. "That's not really my area of expertise," he said, though he'd helped Marcus move apartments 3 times in the past year. The financial support I'd hoped for never materialized. When I mentioned struggling to afford prenatal vitamins on my part-time retail salary, Mom suggested I make better spending choices. This from a woman who spent $40 getting her nails done every 2 weeks. "You decided to go through with this pregnancy," Emma said during one particularly tense breakfast. That means handling all the consequences yourself. We shouldn't have to sacrifice our own plans because you couldn't use protection. Even worse than the lack of financial help was the emotional isolation. My childhood bedroom felt like a prison cell where I was serving time for the crime of getting pregnant. They made it clear I was a source of shame they wished they could hide from the world. The breaking point came during my 6th month when I asked if they'd like to come to my next ultrasound appointment. I thought seeing their grandchild might soften their hearts, might remind them that this baby was family, too. Mom's response was swift and brutal. I think it's better if you handle these appointments alone. We don't want to give people the wrong impression about our involvement in this situation. Dad nodded in agreement. You're an adult who made adult choices. Time to start acting like one. That night, I sat in my car outside a Target parking lot, staring at the ultrasound photo of my baby. The technician had been so excited, pointing out tiny features and explaining how healthy everything looked. I'd imagined rushing home to share that joy with my family, maybe even earning a smile from my mother. Instead, I had nobody to call. Nobody who cared that my baby had a strong heartbeat and perfectly formed fingers. Nobody who wanted to hear that the due date was confirmed for late January. I made a decision that would define my next chapter. I started looking for my own apartment. If I was going to be completely alone in this, I might as well be alone somewhere that didn't constantly remind me how unwanted I was. When I told them I was moving out, the relief on their faces was unmistakable. Finally, their embarrassing problem would be out of sight and out of mind. Probably for the best, Dad said, not even looking up from his newspaper. Give everyone some space to adjust. Mom's only concern was practical. Make sure you have your mail forwarded, so nothing shows up here with your name on it. As I packed my few belongings into cardboard boxes, I realized they weren't just letting me leave. They were encouraging it. Their own daughter carrying their first grandchild had become so inconvenient that my absence felt like a gift to them. My daughter arrived on a freezing Tuesday in January, 3 weeks early and determined to make her entrance during a snowstorm that shut down half the city. I drove myself to the hospital at 2 o'clock in the morning, contractions coming every 5 minutes, windshield wipers fighting against the ice. The labor was brutal, 18 hours of pain that felt like my body was being torn apart and rebuilt. But the moment they placed that tiny, perfect baby on my chest, everything else disappeared. She had dark hair and eyes that seemed to look right through me, as if she already understood we were a team of 2 against the world. "What's her name?" the nurse asked, pen poised over the birth certificate. "Lily?" I whispered, remembering how my grandmother used to grow lilies in her backyard garden. At least someone in our family had shown me unconditional love, even if she'd been gone for 5 years. My phone sat silent on the bedside table. I'd sent one text to my mother when labor started. "Baby coming now." No response. No frantic calls asking for updates. No worried parents rushing to the hospital to meet their first grandchild. When visiting hours started, I watched other new mothers receive flowers, balloons, and tearful grandparents eager to hold the newest family member. My room remained empty except for one visitor, Mrs. Chun from downstairs in my apartment building, who brought homemade soup and stayed for an hour cooing over Lily. "Your family must be so excited," she said innocently, assuming they were simply running late. "They're busy?" I lied, not ready to admit the truth to this kind woman who barely knew me. I took Lily home to our tiny one-bedroom apartment with its squeaky floors and thin walls. I'd prepared as best I could on my limited budget. A crib from Goodwill, baby clothes from discount stores, and enough diapers to last maybe 2 weeks if I was careful. The first weeks were a fog of sleepless nights and constant feeding schedules. Lily had colic, crying for hours straight while I paced the small living room, bouncing her and singing lullabies my grandmother had taught me. During those long, dark nights, I'd sometimes catch myself reaching for my phone to call my mother, forgetting that I was truly on my own. My neighbors turned out to be more supportive than my own blood. Mrs. Chun brought dinner twice a week. The college student across the hall, Jake, offered to babysit when I needed to grocery shop. Even the elderly man upstairs, Mr. Rodriguez, would knock on my door with hand-knitted baby blankets his late wife had made. This little one deserves all the love in the world, he said one afternoon, watching Lily sleep peacefully in her bouncer. Family isn't always about blood, Mija. Sometimes it's about who shows up when you need them most. His words hit harder than I expected. These practical strangers were treating Lily with more warmth and interest than her own grandparents had shown. They asked about her milestones, celebrated when she first smiled, and offered practical help without judgment or conditions. Meanwhile, radio silence from the people who'd raised me. No cards, no calls, no questions about how we were managing. It was as if Lily and I had simply vanished from their universe the day I moved out. I started to understand that their rejection wasn't just about disappointment. It was about fear of being associated with my mistake, fear of what people might think, fear of having their carefully constructed image of the perfect family disrupted by an inconvenient reality. But lying there at night with Lily sleeping on my chest, listening to her tiny heartbeat, I felt something unexpected growing inside me alongside the hurt, determination, not just to survive, but to build something better than what I'd lost. Lily had just turned 2 when the fever spiked to 104 degrees and wouldn't break. I'd been giving her children's medicine for 2 days, but she kept getting worse, listless, refusing to eat, her tiny body burning hot against mine. The emergency room doctor's face was grave as she explained that Lily had developed pneumonia that required immediate hospitalization. "We need to start 4 antibiotics right away," she said. "Without insurance, you're looking at about $12,000 for the treatment and hospital stay." My part-time job at the department store didn't offer health benefits. I'd been paying for basic pediatric visits out of pocket, but this was beyond anything I'd prepared for. The financial counselor at the hospital offered payment plans, but even stretched out, it would mean choosing between keeping our apartment and saving my daughter's life. Sitting in that sterile waiting room while Lily slept in the hospital bed with tubes in her tiny arms, I did something I'd sworn I'd never do again. I called my mother. "Hello." Her voice was cautious, like she wasn't sure she wanted to answer. "Mom, it's me. Lily is in the hospital with pneumonia. She needs treatment that costs $12,000 and I don't have insurance. I know we haven't talked, but she's your granddaughter and I'm desperate." The silence stretched so long I thought she'd hung up. When she finally spoke, her voice was ice cold. "I'm sorry to hear the baby is sick, but we made it clear 2 years ago that your decisions were your responsibility. We can't solve every crisis you create." "This isn't about my decisions," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "This is about a sick child who needs help. She's 2 years old, Mom. She's innocent in all this. You chose to have that baby when you couldn't afford to take care of her properly. These are the consequences of that choice. Each person needs to handle their own problems." The line went dead. My own mother had hung up on me while my daughter was fighting for her life. I sat there staring at my phone, shaking with a mixture of rage and disbelief. Then, with nothing left to lose, I tried my father. He answered on the first ring. "Dad, please just hear me out." Click. He'd hung up before I could even finish the sentence. Marcus was next. At least he let me explain the situation before delivering his verdict. "Look, this is exactly what we were worried about when you decided to keep that baby. You can't afford to be a single mother, and now you expect us to bail you out every time something goes wrong. This is the consequence of your choices." Emma's response was even crueler. "Maybe this will teach you that actions have consequences. We warned you this would happen." That night, while Lily slept fitfully in her hospital bed, I sat beside her, making calls to every loan company, credit card company, and charity organization I could find. I sold everything of value I owned. My grandmother's jewelry, my car, even my laptop. Mrs. Chun, who barely knew us, handed me $500 in cash. "For the baby," she said simply. "Children should never suffer for adult problems." Mr. Rodriguez knocked on my hospital room door with an envelope containing $800. Apparently his Social Security check for the month. "My Sophia would have wanted this," he said, referring to his late wife. These strangers showed more compassion in one day than my family had shown in 2 years. As I signed the payment plan paperwork that would keep me in debt for the next 5 years, I made a promise to myself and to Lily. I would never, ever put myself in a position where I needed my family's help again. Whatever it took, however hard I had to work, I would build a life where their rejection couldn't hurt us anymore. The little girl, sleeping peacefully now, her fever finally broken, deserved a mother who could protect her from the cruelty of people who were supposed to love her unconditionally. 3 years had passed since that desperate phone call, and I thought I'd moved beyond the sting of my family's rejection. Lily was 5 now, chattering constantly and full of energy as we made our weekly trip to get groceries. She loved these outings, pointing out colorful packages and helping me compare prices. We were in the frozen foods aisle when I heard the familiar laugh, Emma's high-pitched giggle that used to echo through our childhood home. I turned the corner with our cart and froze. There was my entire extended family gathered around a birthday cake display, clearly celebrating someone's special day. Emma was there with her fiancé, Marcus with his wife and their twin boys, and my parents beaming as they posed for photos with a cake that read, "Happy 50th birthday, Uncle Jim." My Uncle Jim's birthday. A family celebration I hadn't even known was happening, much less been invited to attend. For a split second, I considered backing away before anyone noticed us. But Lily had already spotted the colorful balloons tied to their shopping cart. "Mommy, look at all the pretty balloons," she said loudly, pointing in their direction. Emma looked up first. Our eyes met across the supermarket aisle, and I watched her face go through a series of expressions. Surprise, recognition, then something that looked almost like panic. She quickly looked away and started talking animatedly to her fiancé, as if she hadn't seen us at all. Marcus noticed us next. He whispered something to his wife, who immediately turned to look. I saw her mouth form a small O of recognition before she, too, turned away, suddenly very interested in reading ingredient labels on frozen pizza boxes. But it was my grandmother's reaction that hurt the most. Grandma Rose had always been my favorite, the one person who'd shown me genuine affection during childhood. She'd been the one to teach me how to braid my hair and had always slipped me an extra $1 when Mom wasn't looking. Now she looked directly at me holding Lily's hand, and for just a moment, I saw recognition and maybe even warmth in her eyes. But then she glanced at the rest of the family, and something shifted. She turned her head away deliberately, pretending she hadn't seen us. "Mommy, do you know those people?" Lily asked innocently, tugging on my jacket. The lady with the gray hair was looking at me. "No, sweetheart," I managed to say, my voice steadier than I felt. "I don't think so." We finished our shopping in silence while they continued their celebration just 2 aisles over. I could hear their laughter and animated conversation, the sound of a family enjoying each other's company. The family I was no longer part of. As we headed to the checkout, I caught one more glimpse of them loading their party supplies into their carts. Uncle Jim was there, too, looking exactly the same as he had 6 years ago. He'd probably asked about me at some point. Maybe they told him I was doing my own thing or had moved away, easier than explaining that they'd cut me off for the crime of becoming a single mother. Walking to our car, Lily skipped alongside me, completely unaware that she'd just met her grandparents, aunt, uncle, and cousins for the first time. To her, they were just strangers in a grocery store with pretty balloons. That night, after putting Lily to bed, I sat in our small living room and let myself feel the full weight of what had happened. It wasn't just that they had excluded me from a family gathering. It was the deliberate way they'd pretended I didn't exist when faced with the reality of me and my daughter. I realized then that I'd been harboring a secret hope that time might heal our rift, that eventually they'd reach out and want to be part of Lily's life. That moment in the grocery store killed that hope completely. They didn't want reconciliation. They wanted erasure. In their perfect family narrative, Lily and I simply didn't exist. The promotion came completely out of left field. I'd been working as a medical billing specialist for 3 years, quietly processing insurance claims and keeping my head down. When my supervisor called me into her office that Tuesday morning, I expected another routine assignment. Instead, she offered me the position of department manager. "Your accuracy rate is the highest we've ever seen," she explained. "Plus, you've been taking those online coding certification courses on your own time." We need someone with your dedication to oversee the new digital transition. The salary increase was substantial, nearly double what I'd been making. For the first time since Lily's birth, I could breathe financially. We could move to a better apartment, maybe even start a college fund for her. Within a month, the changes in our lifestyle were noticeable. I traded my beat-up Honda for a reliable used Toyota. We moved from our cramped one-bedroom to a two-bedroom apartment in a safer neighborhood with a playground. Lily started taking dance classes, something I'd always dreamed of giving her but could never afford. The local newspaper ran a small feature about young professionals making a difference in healthcare administration. My photo appeared alongside 3 other managers with a caption mentioning my innovative approaches to medical billing efficiency. It was barely 2 column inches, but it was public recognition of my professional success. Apparently, news travels fast in a small city. Within a week of the article's publication, I got my first contact from the family grapevine. My cousin Rachel, who I hadn't spoken to in 6 years, sent me a friend request on social media along with a casual message. "Hey girl, saw your picture in the paper. So impressive. I'm actually looking for work right now and wondered if your company is hiring. Would love to catch up sometime." I stared at that message for a long time. Rachel had been at plenty of family gatherings where my name was probably never mentioned. She'd certainly never reached out when I was struggling to pay for Lily's hospital bills, or when I was working 2 part-time jobs just to keep our lights on. But now that I had a management position and my picture was in the paper, suddenly she wanted to catch up. 2 days later, I ran into Mrs. Patterson, our old neighbor at the pharmacy. Her face lit up when she saw me, which was strange since she'd always been cold after learning about my pregnancy. "Oh my goodness, I heard about your promotion," she gushed. "Your mother must be so proud. I always told her you were a smart girl who would figure things out eventually." I wondered when exactly she told my mother that, since Mom had specifically mentioned Mrs. Patterson as one of the neighbors she'd been too embarrassed to face when I got pregnant. The most telling incident happened at the grocery store where I'd encountered my family a year earlier. I was loading groceries into my new car when I heard someone call my name. I turned to see Uncle Jim walking toward me with a big smile. "Well, look who's doing well for herself," he said, eyeing my car and the name-brand groceries I could finally afford. "I've been hearing good things about you from around town. That promotion sounds like quite an achievement." He spoke as if we were old friends catching up, not like I'd been deliberately excluded from his birthday party the year before. He even asked about Lily, though he'd never shown any interest in meeting his great niece before my financial situation improved. "Your parents must be thrilled about how things have turned out," he said, fishing for information about our relationship. I gave him a neutral smile. "I'm sure they have their own opinions about my life." That night, I sat at my kitchen table processing what was happening. After 6 years of complete silence, family members were suddenly noticing my existence again. Not because they missed me or wanted to meet Lily, but because I'd achieved something that made me useful to them. The timing wasn't coincidental. These weren't people who'd had a change of heart about family relationships. These were people who'd heard I might have something to offer them now. The business opportunity came through a connection at work. Dr. Martinez, one of our biggest clients, mentioned she was looking for someone to handle billing services for her expanding practice and several colleague referrals. When she offered me the contract, I realized this could be my chance to build something of my own. I spent 3 months researching, planning, and saving every penny for startup costs. Working nights and weekends, I built a client base and registered my medical billing consultancy, Precision Healthcare Solutions. Within 6 months, I had 12 medical practices as clients and was earning more than triple my old salary. The local business journal featured my company in their Emerging Entrepreneurs section. The article included a photo of me in my small office, surrounded by computer screens and medical coding manuals. They highlighted how I'd built a successful business from the ground up while raising a young daughter alone. The day the article came out, my phone started ringing. First was my cousin Rachel again, this time calling instead of just messaging. "I saw the article about your business. Congratulations. I've actually been thinking about changing careers and medical billing sounds fascinating. Maybe you could teach me the ropes. I'm a fast learner and really motivated." Then came my cousin David, who'd never spoken to me, even during family gatherings when we were kids. Suddenly, he was interested in discussing investment opportunities and wondered if I needed a business partner with his retail management experience. But the call that really got my attention came from Emma. My sister, who'd been embarrassed by my existence for 7 years, was suddenly reaching out with sisterly concern. "I can't believe I had to read about your success in the newspaper," she said, her voice perfectly calibrated to sound hurt. "Why didn't you tell family about this amazing business you built? We would have celebrated with you." I almost laughed at the audacity. "Would you have?" Because I don't recall much celebrating when I was working 3 jobs to pay for Lily's medical expenses. "That was different," she said quickly. "We were all dealing with our own struggles back then. But now that you've proven how capable you are, maybe it's time to put the past behind us. Family should support each other, right?" The irony was breathtaking. Now that I'd proven my capability by becoming financially successful, suddenly I deserved family support. When I'd needed help the most, I was told to handle my own problems. But now that I didn't need their help anymore, they wanted to offer it. Marcus called next with an even more transparent approach. "I heard about your business from Emma. Pretty impressive stuff. Listen, I've been thinking about switching careers myself. Construction work is hard on the body, you know. Maybe you could bring me on as an employee or something. Family business sounds nice." The most surprising contact came from an unexpected source. Mrs. Patterson stopped by my new office, claiming she happened to be in the neighborhood. She spent 20 minutes praising my success before finally getting to her point. "My daughter Jennifer is graduating with her associate degree next month," she said. "I was hoping you might have an entry-level position available. She's such a hard worker, and I know how much you value family connections." Family connections. From the woman who'd whispered about my situation to neighbors 6 years ago. Each conversation followed the same pattern. Praise for my success, followed by requests for favors or opportunities. Not one person acknowledged the years of silence or explained their sudden interest in reconnecting. They all acted as if our estrangement had been some kind of mutual misunderstanding that could be brushed aside now that I was successful. That evening, I sat in my new car outside Lily's dance studio, watching her practice through the window. She was 7 now, confident and happy, completely unaware that half her relatives had spent the day trying to figure out how to benefit from her mother's success. I realized I was at a crossroads. I could let these people back into our lives and pretend the past didn't matter, or I could maintain the boundaries they'd forced me to build and remember exactly why those boundaries existed in the first place. The first real test came when my mother called me directly for the first time in 7 years. Her voice was carefully modulated, warm in a way that felt practiced and artificial. "Honey, I've been thinking about you so much lately," she began, as if we'd spoken just last week instead of having our last conversation end with her hanging up on me. "I saw the article about your business in the paper. I'm so proud of what you've accomplished." I let the silence stretch until it became uncomfortable. She'd earned a moment of awkwardness after years of silence. "I was hoping we could get together for coffee," she continued. "It's been too long since we talked, and I'd love to hear about everything that's been happening in your life. I miss having my daughter around. Miss having me around." The daughter she'd been too embarrassed to acknowledge for 7 years suddenly became someone she missed. "I'm pretty busy with the business these days," I said neutrally. Of course. You must be so busy with such a successful company. Maybe I could come by your office sometime? I'd love to see what you've built." 2 days later, she showed up unannounced during lunch hour, dressed in her best outfit and carrying a gift bag. She moved through my office like she was conducting an inspection, commenting on everything from my computer setup to the framed degrees on my wall. "This is so impressive, sweetheart. You always were the smart one in the family." She handed me the gift bag, which contained a coffee mug that read, "World's Best Daughter," and some expensive chocolates. "I brought you a little something to celebrate your success." She spent an hour asking detailed questions about my business model, client base, and revenue projections. When I mentioned that Lily was excelling in school and dance classes, she nodded politely, but didn't ask to see any photos or request details about her granddaughter's life. The real purpose of her visit became clear when she started sharing family updates I hadn't asked for. Your father's been having some health issues lately. Nothing serious, but medical bills add up, you know. And Marcus lost his construction job last month. The economy is so difficult for working families right now. She painted a picture of a family facing various financial struggles, all while sitting in the office of the daughter they'd abandoned when she needed help most. It's wonderful that you're in a position to help people now, she said meaningfully. Families should take care of each other when they have the means to do so. A week later, Marcus showed up at my apartment with his 8-year-old twins in tow. He introduced them to Lily as her cousins, creating an awkward situation where she was meeting relatives she'd never known existed. Uncle Marcus, she said excitedly, because I'd mentioned her uncles in passing over the years, though I'd never indicated whether she'd ever meet them. Hey there, kiddo, he said, ruffling her hair. Sorry it's taken me so long to visit. Adult life gets complicated sometimes. After the kids went to play in Lily's room, Marcus got down to business. He talked about his financial struggles, his wife's health problems, and how difficult it was to support a family in the current economy. I was hoping maybe you could help me get back on my feet, he said. Nothing too crazy, just enough to cover rent and groceries until I find another job. Family helps family, right? The phrase family helps family became a constant refrain. Everyone who contacted me seemed to have memorized the same script about family obligations and mutual support. Emma called to ask if I could co-sign a car loan for her. Uncle Jim wondered if I needed a receptionist and could hire his unemployed daughter. Even distant cousins I barely remembered reached out through social media with various requests and opportunities. Each conversation began with praise for my success and expressions of pride in my accomplishments, but they all led to the same place. Requests for money, jobs, or business opportunities that would benefit them while contributing nothing to my life or Lily's well-being. The emotional manipulation reached new heights when my mother called crying about Dad's serious heart condition. According to her tearful account, he needed expensive medication that insurance wouldn't fully cover, and they were facing financial ruin trying to keep him healthy. I know we haven't always been perfect parents, she sobbed into the phone, but he raised you and family has obligations to each other. You have the means to help now, and it would break my heart if something happened to him because we couldn't afford his treatment. When I asked for details about his condition and which medications he needed, her story became vague and inconsistent. She couldn't name the specific heart condition or explain why insurance was denying coverage for essential medication. The doctors used such complicated terms, she said dismissively. All I know is he needs help and you're the only one in the family who can provide it. The guilt trip was expertly crafted. She'd positioned me as either the dutiful daughter who saved her father's life or the heartless child who let him suffer because of old grudges. Marcus took a more aggressive approach. He showed up at my office unannounced, interrupting a client meeting to demand a private conversation. His face was red with anger, and he spoke in the loud, confrontational tone he'd used to intimidate me during childhood. "What's your problem?" he demanded. "Mom called you about Dad's medication, and you haven't even responded. Do you hate us so much that you'd let your own father die just to prove some petty point?" I kept my voice calm and professional, aware that my staff could hear through the thin office walls. I asked for medical documentation and insurance information so I could understand the situation better. "I haven't received any of that." "Documentation?" he scoffed. "What are you, some kind of insurance investigator now? This is our father we're talking about. You either care about family or you don't." He leaned forward, using his height to try to intimidate me the way he had when we were teenagers. "You know what I think? I think success has made you cold. You've forgotten where you came from and who helped you get there." The irony of that statement was staggering. Who helped me get there, Marcus? Because I distinctly remember being told to handle my own problems when I needed help. "That was different," he said quickly. "You made choices that put you in that situation. Dad didn't choose to have heart problems." Emma's approach was more subtle but equally manipulative. She started showing up at Lily's school events, playing the devoted aunt role in front of other parents. She'd gush about how proud she was of her niece and make comments about how important family connections were. It's so wonderful that Lily has such a strong family support system, she'd say loudly enough for other parents to hear. We all just adore her. After one particularly theatrical performance at Lily's dance recital, she cornered me in the parking lot with tears in her eyes. I can't believe how much I've missed of her childhood, she said, dabbing at her eyes with a tissue. I regret so much about how we handled things when you were younger, but we can't change the past. We can only build better relationships moving forward. Then came the real message. I'm actually facing some serious financial problems right now. My student loans are crushing me and I might lose my apartment. I was hoping maybe you could help me consolidate my debt. Nothing huge, just enough to get me back on track so I can be a better aunt to Lily. The requests became more frequent and more demanding. Uncle Jim called to say his daughter's wedding needed financial help because families should contribute to important milestones. My cousin David showed up with a business proposal that required a $20,000 investment from me with no guarantee of return. But the most manipulative moment came when they started using Lily directly. During one of Marcus' visits, I overheard him telling her about all the fun family activities she was missing. Your cousins go fishing with Grandpa every weekend, he told her. And Grandma makes the best chocolate chip cookies for family dinners. Maybe if your mom wasn't so stubborn, you could be part of all that fun. That night, Lily asked me why she couldn't go to family dinners like her cousins did. The innocent confusion in her 8-year-old eyes made me realize they were now using my own daughter as a weapon in their campaign to manipulate me. The message was clear. Pay up, or your daughter will keep suffering from the consequences of your selfishness. They turned my love for Lily into leverage against me. Knowing that her happiness was my greatest vulnerability, I realized then that this wasn't about reconciliation or family healing. This was about extraction. Getting as much as they could from me while giving nothing in return except the promise of including Lily in the family she'd been excluded from her entire life. The pressure campaign intensified when Dad himself finally made an appearance. He showed up at my office on a Thursday afternoon, looking older and frilier than I remembered, moving slowly and breathing heavily as he climbed the stairs. "Hello, sweetheart," he said, settling into the chair across from my desk with obvious difficulty. "I hope you don't mind me dropping by like this." His appearance was clearly calculated for maximum emotional impact. He wore an old cardigan I remembered from my childhood, and he kept one hand pressed to his chest as if his heart was bothering him. "Your mother tells me you've been asking questions about my medical situation," he said sadly. "I understand your skepticism. I probably deserve it after how we handled things when you were younger. But I'm hoping you can find it in your heart to help your old dad in his time of need." He pulled out a prescription bottle and set it on my desk. "This medication costs $800 a month and insurance only covers 60%. At my age on a fixed income, that's just not manageable." The bottle was real enough, though I noticed the label had been partially obscured. When I asked to see the full prescription information and his insurance documentation, he became defensive. "I didn't come here to be interrogated like a criminal," he said, his voice taking on the stern tone I remembered from childhood. "I came here hoping my successful daughter might want to help her father stay alive." The guilt trip was expertly delivered. He talked about being proud of my accomplishments, about regretting the distance in our relationship, and about hoping we could build something better while there was still time. "I may not have many years left," he said heavily. "It would mean everything to me to spend them getting to know my granddaughter and rebuilding our family." But when I asked specific questions about his condition, his answers were evasive. He couldn't explain why he needed this particular expensive medication or what treatment alternatives had been explored. The next week, Emma showed up at my apartment with a different crisis. She was crying before she even made it through the door, mascara streaming down her cheeks in dramatic black lines. "I'm going to lose everything," she sobbed, throwing herself onto my couch. "My apartment, my car, everything. I made some stupid financial mistakes, and now the bank is foreclosing on my condo." According to her tear-filled story, she'd co-signed loans for her ex-boyfriend and was now responsible for debts she couldn't pay. She needed $15,000 immediately to avoid losing her home. "I know I don't deserve your help after how we treated you," she cried. But I'm desperate. And you're the only family member who has the means to help me. I'll pay you back. Promise. I just need time to get back on my feet. She painted a picture of herself as the victim of circumstances beyond her control, conveniently forgetting that she'd been the one to suggest I handle my own problems when I was facing my own financial crisis. The emotional manipulation reached peak intensity when they organized a family intervention. Mom called to invite me to Sunday dinner, claiming it would just be immediate family and that they wanted to discuss healing our relationships. I arrived to find the entire extended family gathered in my parents' living room, all looking at me with expressions of concern and disappointment. It felt like walking into an ambush disguised as a family meeting. "We're worried about you," Mom began, her voice full of artificial concern. "Success has changed you, and not necessarily for the better. You've become cold and suspicious of the people who love you most." Uncle Jim nodded gravely. "We understand you went through some difficult times, but holding grudges isn't healthy. Family forgiveness is important." They'd crafted a narrative where I was the problem, the bitter, successful daughter who'd forgotten her roots and abandoned her struggling family. Each person shared stories about financial hardships and health problems, building a case for why I had a moral obligation to help. "You have so much now," Grandma Rose said softly. "Surely you can spare something for the people who raised you and loved you your whole life." The coordinated nature of their appeal made it clear this had been planned and rehearsed. They weren't asking for help. They were demanding it, using guilt, shame, and family obligation as weapons to force my compliance. I sat in that familiar living room, surrounded by faces that had once meant everything to me, and felt something cold and final settle in my chest. They wanted honesty. They were about to get it. "You want to talk about family?" I said, my voice cutting through their rehearsed concerns. "Let's talk about family. Let's talk about the family that told a pregnant 22-year-old to handle her own problems." The room went silent. Mom started to speak, but I held up my hand. "No, you asked for this conversation. You get to hear all of it." I stood up, needing the physical advantage as I faced them. "Let's talk about the family that was too embarrassed by my pregnancy to attend their own granddaughter's birth. The family that canceled social events rather than explain my existence to neighbors." Dad shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "Now, honey, that's not entirely fair." "Fair?" I laughed, and the sound was harsh even to my own ears. "You want to discuss what's fair?" When Lily was 2 years old and fighting pneumonia in the hospital, I called every single person in this room begging for help with $12,000 in medical bills. "Do you remember what you told me, Dad?" He looked down at his hands, his earlier fragility replaced by obvious discomfort. "You hung up on me. Actually hung up while your granddaughter was in intensive care. And you, Mom, told me that my decisions were my responsibility and that you couldn't solve every crisis I created. We were going through our own difficulties then," Mom said weakly. "We all make mistakes when we're under pressure." "Mistakes?" I turned to Marcus, who was staring at the floor. "What was your mistake, brother? When you laughed at me for thinking I could handle being a single mother? Or when you told me that Lily's hospitalization was the consequence of my choices?" Marcus finally looked up, his face flushed with anger. "You're being vindictive and petty. We're trying to move forward here." "And Emma," I continued, ignoring his interruption, "your mistake was telling me I was an embarrassment to the family and that you'd have to explain my situation to your college friends." Emma's tears had stopped, replaced by defensive anger. "That was years ago. People grow and change." "You're right. People do change." I changed. I learned that I couldn't count on any of you when my daughter's life was at stake. I learned that blood doesn't guarantee loyalty or love. Grandma Rose spoke up, her voice trembling. "We've always loved you, dear. Sometimes people just handle difficult situations poorly." "Loved me?" I stared at her, remembering the grocery store incident. "You looked right at me and your great-granddaughter in the supermarket and turned away because you didn't want the rest of the family to know you'd acknowledged us." The room erupted in defensive voices, everyone talking at once, trying to justify their actions or minimize their impact. "Enough!" I shouted, silencing them all. "You want to know what's changed about me? I'll tell you exactly what's changed. I used to believe that family meant something unconditional. I used to think that love was supposed to survive disappointment and difficulty. I looked at each of them in turn. But you taught me that your love had conditions. It required me to be successful enough to benefit you, respectable enough not to embarrass you, and desperate enough to need you. You're twisting everything, Marcus said angrily. We're here trying to rebuild relationships, and you're throwing the past in our faces. The past? I laughed again. You mean the 8 years where none of you existed in my life or my daughter's life? That past? Or do you mean the recent past where you suddenly developed family feelings the moment you heard I had money? The truth hung heavy in the room. Uncle Jim tried to salvage the situation. We understand you're hurt, but family forgiveness. Stop. My voice was ice cold. Don't you dare talk to me about forgiveness. You want forgiveness? You want family relationships? Then you should have wanted them when I had nothing to offer you except the need for love and support. I grabbed my purse and headed for the door. You don't get to abandon someone and then demand access to their success. You don't get to treat a person like a shameful secret and then expect them to fund your lives. Where are you going? Mom called after me. We're not finished talking about this. I turned back one last time. Yes, we are. We're completely finished. The phone calls started immediately after I left that Sunday dinner. My mother called 16 times in the first 2 days, leaving increasingly desperate voicemails that ranged from tearful apologies to angry accusations. Marcus sent text messages calling me heartless and ungrateful. Emma showed up at my office twice, demanding that security let her speak to me. I changed my phone number and instructed my assistant to screen all calls and visitors. When Dad appeared at my office building the following week, looking frilier than ever and claiming chest pains, I watched from my window as security escorted him to his car under my explicit instructions. You can't be serious, my assistant said, watching the elderly man shuffle away. That's really your father? That's the man who hung up on me when my daughter was dying in the hospital, I replied calmly. Yes, I'm completely serious. The family's reaction to my newfound boundaries was swift and predictable. Within a month, I heard through former mutual acquaintances that I was being painted as the villain in their narrative. I was the heartless daughter who'd forgotten her roots, the cold businesswoman who valued money over family, the ungrateful child who'd abandoned her aging parents. They conveniently left out the 8 years of abandonment that preceded my success, the hospital crisis they'd ignored, and the transparent way they'd only renewed contact when I became financially useful to them. I moved Lily and myself to an upscale neighborhood across town where nobody knew our history or had preconceived notions about our family dynamics. I enrolled her in a private school where she thrived academically and socially, surrounded by children whose parents valued education and opportunity over gossip and judgment. Why did we move again? Lily asked one evening as we arranged her books in her new bedroom. Because sometimes we outgrow where we used to live, I told her. And sometimes it's healthy to start fresh somewhere new. She nodded, satisfied with that explanation. At 9 years old, she was confident and happy, completely unaware that she'd been rejected by an entire side of her family before she'd even taken her first breath. My business continued to grow. I hired 6 employees, expanded into medical practice management, and opened a second office. The success felt different now, cleaner somehow, not tainted by the desperate need to prove myself to people who'd never believed in me anyway. When well-meaning acquaintances asked about my family, I developed a standard response: we're not close. Most people didn't push for details, and those who did learned quickly that it wasn't a topic I discussed. The final contact attempt came 2 years later when Grandma Rose was diagnosed with cancer. Mom sent a letter, an actual handwritten letter, to my office explaining that Rose was dying and wanted to see me and meet her great-granddaughter properly before she passed away. I read the letter twice, then filed it away without responding. Grandma Rose had had 11 years to meet Lily. She'd chosen not to, even going so far as to ignore us in public to avoid awkward questions from other family members. Lily, now 11, had built a life filled with friends, activities, and adults who valued her for who she was rather than what she could provide them. She had dance teachers who celebrated her achievements, classmates who enjoyed her company, and neighbors who remembered her birthday. She had a mother who would never abandon her when life got difficult, never judge her for making mistakes, and never treat her love as conditional on her usefulness. On quiet evenings when Lily was doing homework at the kitchen table and I was reviewing business reports, I sometimes wondered if I'd made the right choice. The complete severance felt extreme, even to me. But then I'd remember the hospital room where I'd sat alone while my daughter fought pneumonia. I'd remember the grocery store encounter where my own grandmother pretended not to see us. I'd remember the calculated way they'd approached me only after learning about my financial success. Some bridges, once burned, can't be rebuilt. Some relationships, once poisoned, can't be purified. Some people prove through their actions over time that they don't deserve access to your life or your love. My parents live 20 minutes away, but might as well have been on another planet. Marcus continued his construction work, struggling financially and probably still resentful that his successful sister wouldn't bail him out. Emma lost her condo anyway, despite her dramatic pleas for help. Uncle Jim's daughter got married without my contribution, and the family somehow survived without my financial rescue. They'd wanted me to believe I owed them something because of blood relations and childhood history. But I'd learned a more valuable lesson. Family isn't about biology or obligation. It's about who shows up when you need them, who celebrates your successes without expecting payment, and who loves you consistently through both triumph and struggle. Lily and I had built that kind of family with friends, neighbors, colleagues, and each other. We'd created something better than what I'd lost. Something based on choice rather than chance, on love rather than leverage, on presence rather than pressure. The girl who'd cried in a hospital parking lot, desperate for her family's help, was gone. In her place was a woman who understood that sometimes the most loving thing you can do is walk away from people who only value you for what you can give them. I'd built a life where respect wasn't purchased with money, where love wasn't conditional on success, and where my daughter would never have to beg for acceptance from people who were supposed to love her unconditionally. In the end, that was worth more than any family reconciliation could ever be. Now on to the next story. Story 2. I was 32 when I realized that being the good son in my family didn't mean anything unless you were the favorite. My name's Peter, and for most of my life, I thought if I just kept my head down, worked hard, and stayed out of drama, my parents would eventually see me the way they saw my sister Chloe. I was wrong. They didn't just prefer her, they worshipped her. She could set fire to the living room and they'd say, "She's just creative." I once broke a plate and Mom said it symbolized my lack of focus. That pretty much sums up the dynamic. Growing up, Chloe was the golden child, the miracle daughter after years of trying. I was the unplanned follow-up, the quiet kid who built Lego sets alone while she performed cartwheels for applause. She got ballet lessons, summer camps, private tutors, a car for her 17th birthday. I got hand-me-downs, half apologies, and a lecture about how gratitude builds character. Dad used to tell people that Chloe would make something of herself and that I liked to tinker. When I got a scholarship to study mechanical engineering, he told me not to get cocky because everyone gets lucky once. After college, I worked my way up at a manufacturing firm. Nothing glamorous, but honest work. Chloe, meanwhile, burned through jobs like matches. She went from art school dropout to wellness influencer to spiritual consultant, whatever that means. My parents always bailed her out. Always believed her next venture was the one. They even remortgaged their house once to fund her eco-friendly candle business. Those candles ended up in their basement collecting dust next to boxes of unpaid invoices. Despite it all, I visited often. I'd fix Dad's car, mow the lawn, replace their old water heater, stuff Chloe wasn't built for. Every time, Mom would brag about Chloe's latest achievement, like her 12,000 Instagram followers, then look at me and ask if I'd met anyone serious yet. The truth was, I didn't bring anyone home because my last girlfriend had overheard Mom calling her another charity project. I just stopped trying. Then Grandpa passed away. He was the only one who ever treated me like an equal. He'd been quiet and sharp, a man of few words but deep eyes. He was Dad's father, and the two of them never got along. Grandpa thought Dad had gone soft after marrying Mom. Said she ran the house like a CEO. I spent most summers at Grandpa's place as a kid, helping him repair tractors, fix fences, and build furniture in his barn workshop. When I was little, he'd say, "You've got the patience of a craftsman, Pete. That's rare." I didn't realize how much that meant until much later. The funeral was strange. Small, efficient, and cold, just like Dad wanted. He didn't want a show. Chloe showed up 2 hours late, wearing sunglasses and holding an iced coffee, claiming she had a migraine from crying. I barely recognized her. Designer coat, long fake nails, the kind of detached confidence that comes from never facing consequences. She hugged me briefly, whispered, "Let's just get this over with," and spent the rest of the service scrolling on her phone. After the burial, the lawyer handling Grandpa's estate called to schedule the will reading. He said Grandpa had left behind a few specific requests, including a sealed letter to be opened in front of the family. Mom rolled her eyes when she heard that. "Always the dramatics," she muttered. But I felt something twist in my gut, a mix of grief and curiosity. Grandpa wasn't the type to waste words. If he'd written a letter, it meant something. The day of the will reading, we met in the lawyer's office downtown. The place smelled faintly of old paper and lemon polish. Mom was dressed like she was attending a gala. Pearl earrings, expensive perfume, that icy smile she saved for public appearances. Dad had his arms crossed, impatient as ever. Chloe looked bored, clicking her nails on the table, sipping a latte she'd smuggled in. The lawyer, a calm man named Mr. Henderson, sat across from us, adjusting his glasses. He gave a polite smile and opened a leather folder. "Thank you all for coming. As you know, your father left behind a detailed will and an accompanying letter." Mom waved her hand. "Let's just get to it. I assume the estate will go to us as usual." Mr. Henderson cleared his throat. "Well, there are specific allocations." He paused, reading. "To his daughter-in-law, Margaret, that's Mom. He leaves the antique china set and the family piano." Mom smiled, though her eyes flickered briefly with disappointment. "To his son, Robert. Dad. He leaves his coin collection valued at approximately $60,000 and his vintage pickup truck." Dad grunted approval, nodding slightly. Then Henderson looked up at Chloe, who was already fixing her hair in her reflection. "To his granddaughter, Chloe. He leaves the remainder of his liquid assets totaling $6.7 million. Chloe gasped. "Wait, what?" She turned to Mom, who beamed like she'd just won an award. "See, sweetheart, Grandpa knew your worth," she whispered. I stayed quiet, my hands folded, waiting for my name. "And to his grandson, Peter," Henderson paused. I'll never forget the pause. It was long enough for Mom to smirk and for Dad to mutter, "Here we go." Henderson continued. "He leaves $1. The room went still. Dad let out a laugh, sharp, condescending. "Guess someone needed a lesson in humility," he said, clapping me on the shoulder. Mom added, "Maybe now you'll learn some responsibility, Peter. You were always the disappointment anyway." Chloe just smiled, that smug little tilt of her head. "Don't take it personally, Pete. It's not your fault he liked me more." I didn't say anything. My throat felt tight. It wasn't even about the money. It was the message. $1. Like I was worth less than the paper it was printed on. Henderson adjusted his glasses again, but he didn't close the folder. "There is one more item," he said carefully. "A sealed letter your grandfather instructed me to read aloud only after the will had been fully disclosed." Mom frowned. "What for?" He already made it clear. But Henderson ignored her and opened the envelope. The paper inside was old and slightly yellowed, Grandpa's neat handwriting covering both sides. He began to read, "Robert, Margaret, and my grandchildren. If you're hearing this, I'm gone and hopefully somewhere quieter than that house of yours." Henderson hesitated briefly, then continued, "I've lived long enough to see who each of you really are. Robert, you've spent your life trying to please your wife and outdo your neighbors. You forgot what it meant to work for something, to build with your hands, to teach your children by example instead of by lecture. Margaret, you've poisoned every relationship around you with your pride. You turned love into a competition and my son into a stranger." Mom stiffened. "This is ridiculous," she said. But Henderson went on. As for Chloe, I hope the money brings you happiness because nothing else ever will if you don't learn what honesty means. You have your mother's charm and your father's carelessness. A dangerous mix. Chloe scoffed. He's just bitter. And Peter, Henderson read, his voice softening. If you're sitting there quietly, don't. You have the kindest heart of all of them, and that's why they've treated you the way they have. They mistake goodness for weakness. But I haven't forgotten what you've done for me. The summers fixing fences, the times you came without being asked, the respect you showed without expecting a thing in return. I once told you patience is a craftsman's virtue. Now you'll see why. Henderson stopped reading for a moment, looked at me and said, There's a postscript addressed only to you, Peter. He asked that I hand it to you personally after this reading. Mom's face twitched. What's that supposed to mean? Henderson didn't answer. He handed me a smaller envelope sealed with red wax. The room was silent except for the faint hum of the air conditioning. I could feel every pair of eyes on me. Dad finally broke the silence. Don't get your hopes up. Probably just another $1 inside. But for the first time that day, I felt something shift inside me. It wasn't anger, not yet. It was curiosity, heavy and electric. Grandpa had never been a man of empty gestures. If he'd left me a single $1 and a secret letter, there was a reason. I slid my thumb under the seal. Mom leaned forward. Chloe crossed her arms. Henderson gave a small nod. Inside was a single line written in that familiar, steady script. And when I read it, my stomach dropped. Whatever I thought this was, it was something much, much bigger. I didn't read the note out loud. Not right away. My fingers shook slightly as I folded it closed and slipped it into my jacket pocket. Mom's eyes followed the movement like a hawk tracking prey. Well, she demanded. What does it say? I looked at her. It's private, I said quietly. Her face twitched. Private? Don't be ridiculous, Peter. We're family. Exactly, I replied, my voice steady now. And Grandpa said it's for me. For a moment, no one spoke. Then, Dad snorted, pushing back his chair. Oh, stop being dramatic. There's probably some sentimental nonsense. The old man was losing it at the end. Mr. Henderson raised a hand, calm as ever. Actually, Mr. Whitaker was of sound mind when he signed these documents. He insisted on every word. That seemed to shut Dad up, at least temporarily. But Mom was still glaring at me, her lips pursed tight. Chloe leaned back, twirling her hair with one manicured finger. Her tone was mock sympathetic. Maybe it's a little note saying how proud he is of you. Or maybe he's apologizing for what? I asked, though I already knew she'd enjoy spelling it out. For realizing you'd never be me, she said with a fake, sweet smile. It's okay, Pete. Some people are just meant to support others. I didn't answer. I stood up, thanked Mr. Henderson, and told him I'd call later. I could hear Dad grumbling something about ungrateful kids. As I walked out, the cool air outside felt like a slap. I sat in my car for a while, just staring at the folded paper in my hand. Finally, I unfolded it again. The message was short, just 9 words. The $1 isn't the gift. Look beneath the roots. Beneath the roots. For a moment, I thought he was being poetic, maybe metaphorical. But then I remembered something. The oak tree. The one behind his farmhouse. The one we'd planted together when I was 9. He used to call it our marker. Every year he'd make me measure how tall it had grown. When I asked him once why it mattered, he said, Because someday it'll matter to you more than to me. I didn't understand then, but I did now. I drove straight to the farm. It wasn't far, just an hour from the city. Down winding roads lined with old fences and rusted mailboxes. The house looked smaller than I remembered, the paint peeling and the porch sagging slightly. It had been empty since his passing, though legally it now belonged to Chloe, at least on paper. The key still worked. Inside, everything was exactly the same. The smell of old wood and tobacco, the dusty bookshelf full of history books, his worn recliner still facing the same window overlooking the oak tree. I stood there for a long moment, then went outside, the letter still in my hand. The oak had grown tall and thick, its roots sprawling under the soil. I walked around it slowly, scanning the ground. There, a small patch near the base where the earth looked disturbed, slightly looser than the rest. My heart began to race. I fetched a shovel from the shed and started digging. After maybe half an hour, the shovel hit something hard. A small metal box. My breath caught. I pulled it out and brushed off the dirt. There was no lock, just a latch. Inside were a few folded documents, yellowed and crisp, and one more note in Grandpa's handwriting. Peter, if you found this, you've earned it. Everything else was a distraction. You know better than anyone that what's real isn't always what shines. I trust you'll know what to do, Grandpa. Underneath the letter were property deeds. Several of them. I scanned the names, my pulse pounding harder with each one. 3 parcels of land totaling hundreds of acres spread across the outskirts of town. Not small lots either. Farmland, forests, one even near a river bend that had been sought after by developers for years. And every single one was signed over to me quietly, privately, without my parents' knowledge. I sank down beside the box, my hands trembling. Grandpa hadn't left me $1. He'd left me everything that mattered. But I couldn't tell anyone, not yet. I closed the box, put everything back, and buried it again just in case. Then I sat on the porch until the sun began to set, thinking. That night, I drove back to my apartment, exhausted but wired, my mind spinning with possibilities. Grandpa had been deliberate. The public humiliation, the dollar, was part of something bigger. He knew my parents' greed. He knew Chloe's entitlement. He wanted them to show their true colors first. And they were already starting to. The next few weeks were tense. Mom called often, pretending to check in. Every call started with fake concern and ended with subtle jabs. So, Peter, have you found a new job yet? I still have my old one, Mom. Oh, right, the factory thing. Must be nice to have so little stress. Dad chimed in occasionally, usually to criticize. You should be learning something from your sister. She's launching a brand line now. Candles didn't work, but this new one's solid, essential oils or something. I just nodded along. I didn't bother explaining that Chloe's brand was already floundering again. Grandpa's funeral had sparked her temporary fame online, but it fizzled fast. Still, she acted like she'd inherited the throne. When the local paper published an article about the family estate, technically part of Grandpa's holdings, Chloe gave interviews about her vision for modernization. She posted photos of herself in front of his farmhouse, captioned, "Honoring the legacy with a new beginning." I felt sick. It wasn't even that I wanted the money. I just couldn't stand the erasure of who Grandpa really was. He hated fake grandeur. He built things with his hands, repaired his own tractor at 80 years old, refused to sell his land to corporations no matter how high the offers got. And now Chloe was using his name to sell overpriced heritage wellness packages. But I stayed quiet, at least for the time being. Then one morning, I got an email from Mr. Henderson. He wanted to meet. When I arrived, he looked both cautious and impressed. "Peter," he said, closing the door behind me. "I assume you found the letter." I nodded slowly, and the contents beneath the roots. He hesitated. "You knew about that?" He smiled faintly. "Your grandfather was meticulous. He told me everything, but he also instructed me not to reveal anything until you'd proven you could handle it." "Handle what exactly?" I asked. He slid a folder across the desk. Inside were appraisals and updated records. My jaw slackened when I saw the total value. The land Grandpa left me was worth more than double what Chloe had inherited. I stared at the numbers, then at Henderson. "Why didn't he just put this in the will?" "Because he knew your family," Henderson said simply. "If they thought you had money, they'd come for it. This way you have time, control, leverage. Leverage. That word stuck in my head for days. And sure enough, my parents came knocking soon after. Figuratively first, then literally. Mom invited me to dinner to reconnect. I almost didn't go, but part of me wanted to see how far this would go. The moment I stepped into their house, I knew it wasn't about reconnecting. The dining table was set with wine glasses and printed brochures. Yes, brochures. Chloe stood there in a crisp white blazer, smiling like a politician. "Petey," she chirped. We were just talking about you. Mom clasped her hands together. Your sister has a wonderful business proposal. We think you could be part of it. I sat down slowly. Part of what? Chloe slid one of the brochures over to me. It was titled Whitaker Heritage Retreat, a family legacy experience. I blinked. What is this? She leaned forward, excited. It's a destination retreat. Yoga, meditation, farm-to-table dining, all on Grandpa's property. The land's already mine, so I'll handle ownership. You just help with logistics. Construction, maintenance, stuff you're good at. In other words, I said flatly, I'd work for you. Chloe smiled wider. Well, if you want to put it that way. But hey, you'd be part of something meaningful. Dad raised his glass. You could use a purpose, son. It's not healthy living alone, tinkering with machines. Mom nodded. And it's the least you can do after everything Chloe's done for this family. I stared at them, feeling that same tightness in my chest as I had at the will reading. The old patterns were back. Condescension disguised as kindness, manipulation wrapped in smiles. I stood up. No thanks, I said simply. Chloe's smile faltered. Excuse me? I'm not interested in working for you. Mom's eyes narrowed. Peter, don't be ungrateful. She's offering you an opportunity. An opportunity, I repeated. To build her empire while she takes the credit. Dad slammed his glass down. Enough of that tone. You'll help your sister or don't bother showing your face here again. I didn't argue. I just nodded once, turned, and walked out. That was the night I decided I'd had enough. But walking away didn't mean staying silent forever. Grandpa had trusted me with something powerful, something my parents had no idea existed. And as I watched them twist his legacy into something fake, something selfish, I realized exactly what he'd meant by leverage. They thought they'd humiliated me with $1. They had no idea what was coming. It started small, just whispers at first. Friends of the family would mention things that didn't add up. A former farmhand called me one night asking if I'd approve the bulldozer work near the riverbank. I had no idea what he was talking about. Your sister said you signed off on it, he told me. Said you two were partners now. I remember sitting there frozen. The phone pressed to my ear while he described how trucks had rolled in to clear space for cabins. Cabins on Grandpa's land. I thanked him, hung up, and immediately drove out there. The moment I saw the churned-up soil, the tree stumps, and the spray-painted wooden stakes marking Lot B, parking, I felt something inside me crack. Chloe had crossed a line, but not just her. There were tire marks all over the property, fresh construction tape tied around fence posts, and a laminated notice nailed to the oak tree itself. My oak tree, our oak tree. It read, Whitaker Heritage Retreat, Development in Progress. Project Manager, Chloe Whitaker. I just stood there, my fists clenched so hard my knuckles turned white. She hadn't even called. No message, no warning, nothing. Just bulldozed the one thing Grandpa and I built together. I called her immediately. She answered on the second ring, her voice dripping with cheerfulness. Hey Petey, long time. What's up? Don't hey, Petey me, I snapped. What are you doing on the farm? Silence for a beat, then a sigh. Oh, that. You saw it already. Huh. Already? I nearly laughed. You didn't even ask me. You didn't tell anyone. She clicked her tongue. Relax, Pete. It's just some preliminary groundwork. We're expanding the retreat space. Dad's idea, actually. He said it's time to use the land for something productive. The land isn't yours to do that with, I said quietly. Excuse me? I mean, legally, Chloe, you inherited the house and liquid assets, not the property Grandpa bought later. Those weren't in the will. Her tone shifted immediately. Are you seriously pulling that right now? He left me the estate. Peter, that includes everything. No, I said. It doesn't. And you know it doesn't. She laughed. Light. Cruel. You really think you can fight me on this? Come on, little brother. Don't embarrass yourself. I hung up before I said something I'd regret. The next day, I drove to Mr. Henderson's office with photos of the property damage. He confirmed what I already knew. The land she was touching wasn't hers. Grandpa had transferred it directly to me through private deeds years earlier. "She's trespassing, Peter," Henderson said, frowning. "You have every legal right to stop her." I nodded slowly. "Not yet." He looked confused. "Not yet. She thinks she's invincible," I said. "Let her dig deeper." Because if there was one thing I'd learned about my family, it was that greed never stopped halfway. It always wanted more. And the more they took, the easier it would be to expose them later. But what I didn't anticipate was how low they'd go next. A week later, I got a notice in the mail, an official one. A petition to invalidate Grandpa's private transfers. It was filed by none other than my parents. According to the document, they claimed I'd manipulated an elderly man into rewriting his estate. I remember sitting at my kitchen table reading the words over and over, my jaw tightening until I could hear my teeth grind. Manipulated. They were accusing me of taking advantage of him. The man they barely visited, the man they mocked for being stuck in the past. The petition included a statement from Chloe, too. She'd sworn under oath that Grandpa had intended all assets to belong to the main branch of the family. Meaning her. That night I couldn't sleep. I just sat in the dark staring at the ceiling, wondering how the same people who raised me could twist reality so easily. I thought about all the times I'd helped Dad fix his roof. All the weekends I spent cleaning their garage or bailing Chloe out of her failed ventures. Every memory of goodwill now felt like a bruise. Then came the phone call that broke whatever trust one still had left. Mom. She called late, around 11 p.m. Her voice was softer than usual, almost gentle. "Peter, honey. I just wanted to talk." I didn't answer. "You know your father's upset about this lawsuit nonsense. We didn't want to take it there, but you forced our hand." "By existing?" I said quietly. She sighed. "Don't be dramatic. You're always so sensitive. Look, you know how these things work. Your grandfather was old, confused. He didn't understand what he was signing. Chloe deserves that land. She's going to make something wonderful out of it. And what about me? You? Oh, Peter." She laughed softly like she was comforting a child. "You've never been interested in business or family matters. You're not built for it. You'd waste that land just like you wasted your chances. This way it stays in the family." "In the family?" I repeated, my voice flat. "You mean in her hands?" She hesitated, then said something that still rings in my ears to this day. "Sometimes the better child needs more to do more." I hung up. I didn't yell, didn't argue, just quietly ended the call and stared out my window until the sky turned gray. The next morning I went to the property again. The place looked even worse. Half the field torn up, trenches dug where wildflowers used to grow. Construction trucks were parked everywhere. Workers I didn't recognize moved around like ants, following orders barked by a man in a bright vest. I walked straight to him. "Who's in charge here?" He looked at me suspiciously. "You the surveyor?" "No, I'm the owner." He frowned. "Lady named Chloe Whitaker hired us. She doesn't own this land." He laughed, assuming I was joking. "Then you better take it up with her. We've been paid." I stood there breathing hard, trying to decide whether to shout or just walk away. Instead, I took pictures, everything I could. Then I went home and printed them out. That night, Dad called. He didn't even bother pretending to be civil. "You're making a fool of yourself," he said immediately. "We already told the lawyers to handle this. You'll drop your nonsense and sign the release form." "No." His voice hardened. "You think you can fight us? You don't have the money or the spine, Peter. You've always been too soft." "Maybe," I said. "But you should know something, Dad." Grandpa wasn't confused. He knew exactly what he was doing. "Don't test me, boy," he snapped. "You'll regret it." Then came the click. A week later, the betrayal became complete. I came home from work one afternoon and found my apartment door ajar. Inside, drawers were open, papers scattered, my desk overturned. My stomach dropped as I realized what was missing. The metal box, the one I dug up from beneath the oak tree. The deeds, the letters, gone. For a moment, I couldn't breathe. I checked the locks. No sign of forced entry. Whoever had done this had used a key. My spare was gone, too. I drove straight to my parents' house. No plan, just fury. When Mom opened the door, her expression was eerily calm. "Peter," she said, "you shouldn't come here unannounced." "Where is it?" I demanded. "Where's what?" "The box, the deeds." She smiled faintly. "I don't know what you're talking about." Then I heard footsteps behind her. Chloe appeared, holding a mug, dressed in one of those silk robes she wore when she wanted to feel superior. "Looking for something?" she asked, and her tone told me everything. "You broke into my place," I said. She shrugged. "You really should lock your windows." I stepped forward, my pulse pounding. "That's theft, Chloe." "No," Mom interrupted. "It's correction. We're taking back what shouldn't have been yours in the first place." My voice came out quieter than I expected. "You stole from me." Mom didn't flinch. "You stole from your sister's future first." That's when I realized it. There was no misunderstanding, no miscommunication. They planned this from the will reading to the construction to the lawsuit to this. They'd always planned to take everything back. I looked at them both, really looked. Mom with her calm cruelty, Chloe with her smug smile. And behind them, the faint sound of Dad's TV from the living room. Football, as if nothing else in the world mattered. I turned to leave. "Peter," Mom called as I reached the door. "You might as well stop fighting. The lawyers already have everything they need. Just sign the transfer and move on." I didn't answer, but as I walked out into the cold night air, one thought cut through the chaos like a blade. Grandpa had known. He'd seen this coming. And if he'd trusted me with that land, he must have trusted that I'd know how to protect it. The betrayal hurt, yes, but it also clarified something. This wasn't about money anymore. This was about legacy, about truth, about finally ending the cycle of control that had defined my family for decades. And I wasn't going to play nice anymore. For a long time after that night, everything around me felt hollow. I'd always known my family didn't care about fairness. But seeing it this naked, watching them rip the last piece of Grandpa's memory away from me, broke something deeper. The next few weeks passed in a blur. I went to work, fixed machines, nodded through meetings, and drove home to silence. My phone buzzed with missed calls. Mom, Dad, Chloe, but I couldn't bring myself to answer. I knew exactly what they wanted. Submission, the kind that came disguised as reconciliation. The box was gone. The original deeds, too. And without those, my leverage was gone. Henderson did his best to reassure me, saying copies existed at the county office. But I knew it wouldn't be easy. My parents had money, connections, and time. I had exhaustion. The worst part wasn't the loss itself. It was the isolation. Friends who once sympathized with me began to fade away, unsure which version of the story to believe. Chloe had gone online again, posting filtered photos in front of the half-finished Whitaker Heritage Retreat. Her captions were perfectly curated, turning Grandpa's dream into something beautiful, carrying on the family legacy with love and purpose. The comments made me sick. Hundreds of strangers called her inspiring, humble, a true visionary. No one knew the truth. They didn't see the lies, the theft, the manipulation. It was all hidden under soft light and fake smiles. Then came the lawsuit hearing. It was early February, gray and wet. I remember walking into the courthouse with my stomach twisted into knots. My parents were already inside, sitting beside Chloe. They didn't look nervous. They looked comfortable, like they owned the place. Mom even had the nerve to wave when she saw me. During the hearing, their lawyer, a slick man with a rehearsed smirk, laid out their story like a polished play. He painted me as a confused, resentful son who'd taken advantage of an elderly man's declining mental state. He said Grandpa was lonely and easily influenced, that I'd inserted myself into estate matters beyond my authority. I wanted to shout, to tell the judge about the summers I'd spent by Grandpa's side, the hours in his workshop, the conversations about ethics and patience and craftsmanship. But the courtroom wasn't made for emotion. It was made for presentation, and they had all the polish in the world. When my turn came, I spoke plainly. I told the truth. Henderson presented the copies of the deeds, verified and notarized. But as soon as the opposing lawyer began poking holes, why weren't they included in the main will? Why was the box hidden? I could feel the doubt creeping in. The judge didn't make a ruling that day. He said it would require review, but the damage was already done. My parents walked past me on their way out, triumphant. Chloe smiled that practice smile and whispered, "You really thought you could win, didn't you?" I drove home that night through heavy rain, gripping the steering wheel so tight my hands cramped. When I got to my apartment, I didn't even turn on the lights. I just sat there in the dark, soaked and shaking. For the first time in years, I cried. Not the kind of crying that asks for comfort. The quiet, hopeless kind that empties you out. I started to believe maybe they were right. Maybe I was the weak one. The one who tried to do everything right only to end up with nothing. For days I couldn't eat. I'd wake up with my jaw clenched and a dull ache behind my eyes. Henderson called to check on me, but I barely answered. He said he'd keep fighting, that the truth would surface eventually, but it didn't feel like truth mattered. It never had in my family. They'd always been better at rewriting the story. Then one evening, I saw something that snapped me out of it. Chloe was on local TV, an interview. She was sitting in the farmhouse, Grandpa's farmhouse, looking poised, radiant, wearing a cream blazer and gold jewelry. Behind her, I could see the oak tree through the window. The reporter was asking about the new development. "Your grandfather must be proud seeing his land transformed this way." Chloe smiled. "Oh, absolutely. He told me before he passed that he always dreamed of seeing this place flourish. I'm just making that dream real." I felt the blood drain from my face. He never said that. He said the opposite. He said, "Never sell to anyone who speaks in promises." I turned off the TV, sat back, and stared at the ceiling. That's when it hit me. They didn't just take from me. They were rewriting him. His memory, his principles, everything he stood for. And if I let them, he'd be remembered as a man who supported her lies. Something in me hardened that night. The sadness didn't vanish, but it shifted into something sharper. Resolve. I wasn't going to fight them with rage or desperation anymore. That never worked. My parents thrived on emotion. It made them stronger. No, I needed to think like Grandpa. Patiently, quietly, strategically. So I started to plan. The first thing I did was visit the farmhouse again. This time late at night when the construction crews were gone. I parked down the road and walked the rest of the way, flashlight in hand. The property looked like a ghost of itself. Half-built cabins, steel frames, and bulldozed earth. But when I got closer to the oak tree, something strange caught my eye. There were still roots exposed from where the soil had been moved. And buried in the mess was something metal. Not large, just the corner of a small box. My heart thudded as I crouched down and dug it out with my hands. It wasn't the same one as before. This one was smaller, rusted, and sealed tight. Inside was a key. A simple brass key with the initials RW etched on it. Grandpa's initials. There was also a note, water-stained but still legible. "If they take what's yours, look where they never think to look." I didn't know what it meant. Not yet. But I felt something spark again. Puzzle. Betrayal. The next morning, I took the key to Henderson. He examined it carefully. "RW," he murmured. "Do you know what it unlocks?" "No," I said. "But I think I need to find out." He nodded slowly. "Whatever it is, Peter." He clearly trusted only you to find it. Over the next few weeks, I kept my distance from everyone. My parents sent another letter through their lawyer demanding I stop interfering with the retreat project. Chloe, meanwhile, was doing promotional shoots, posting influencers at the partially finished property, posting quotes about gratitude and legacy. Every photo made my chest ache. Every smile she faked was another reminder that she'd taken everything. I started driving aimlessly after work. Long drives through back roads, places Grandpa and I used to go. I'd park by the river sometimes, just sitting there in the quiet, the key in my pocket, turning it over in my fingers like a habit. Then one night, I remembered something. When I was a kid, Grandpa had a storage unit in town, an old one near the rail yard. He kept scrap metal and spare parts there, or so he said. Once when I asked him about it, he winked and said, "That place holds more than rust, Pete." At the time, I thought he meant sentimental junk. But what if it was something else? The next morning, I went there. The facility was half empty, most of the doors rusted and unlabeled. I walked through the rows until I saw it. Unit 47, faintly marked with RW, and fading paint. My hands shook as I tried the key. It slid in perfectly. When the door creaked open, a wave of dust hit me. Inside were boxes neatly labeled, stacked to the ceiling. Tools, blueprints, folders, even old ledgers. And on the far wall, a large covered frame leaned against the concrete. I pulled the tarp away and froze. It was a detailed map of the land, not just Grandpa's property, but everything around it. The boundaries, the underground water systems, the zoning lines. And at the bottom corner, a signature block with the county seal. He hadn't just owned farmland. He'd quietly acquired the mineral rights beneath it. That's when it all clicked. The roots, the beneath. He wasn't just being poetic. He'd hidden something real, something far more valuable than money. I stood there for a long time, my head spinning. Then I laughed. Quiet, incredulous laughter that turned into something close to tears. Grandpa had known they'd take the obvious, so he'd buried the real treasure underneath it all. Still, even with that knowledge, I wasn't ready to fight yet. I didn't know how. My parents were still in control of the narrative. I was still the bitter son, and legally the process could take months, maybe years. So I waited, worked, saved. The world kept moving. Chloe's retreat opened for soft visits. Photos of the cabins started popping up online. Fake rustic, over-designed, soulless. Mom gave interviews too, always emphasizing family unity. Dad stayed in the background, letting them bask in attention. Meanwhile, I stayed invisible. I started visiting the storage unit quietly, documenting everything, scanning records, organizing files. Piece by piece, I was building something they couldn't see. A foundation of proof, not emotion. But even with the small sense of control returning, I still felt like I was standing at the bottom of a well, looking up at the faintest light. The betrayal had hollowed me out. Nights were the hardest. That's when the voices came back. "You'll never win, Peter. You're too soft. She deserves more." Sometimes I'd wake up gripping my phone mid-draft of a message to Mom that I never sent. Sometimes I'd replay Grandpa's words in my head. "Patience is a craftsman's virtue," and try to believe them. Piece by piece, something inside me began to shift from pain to purpose. That spring, something inside me finally began to thaw. The grief was still there, tucked deep behind my ribs, but it no longer paralyzed me, fueled me. I started each morning early. Coffee, a notebook, and my laptop open to the growing folder of files I gathered from Grandpa's storage unit. I spent hours cross-referencing deeds, mineral rights, purchase agreements, and maps. What I uncovered was astonishing. Grandpa hadn't just owned a few parcels of land. Over the course of 30 years, he'd quietly acquired overlapping tracts that extended far beyond what anyone thought. Miles of forest, a stream system, and several abandoned quarries registered under a holding company he'd set up decades ago, RW Resources LLC. The discovery hit me like a second inheritance, one I didn't even know existed. The papers showed that not only did I legally own the farmland Chloe had built on, but I also held the subsurface rights beneath her retreat. In simple terms, she could build all the cabins she wanted, but she couldn't legally claim ownership of what lay under them. That was leverage. For the first time since the betrayal, I felt power shift in my direction. I took time to rebuild myself quietly. I started jogging in the mornings again, something I hadn't done since college. I picked up woodworking, something Grandpa had taught me as a kid, and began restoring old furniture in my garage on weekends. It became my therapy. Every piece I sanded and stained reminded me of how Grandpa worked. Patient, deliberate, never rushing a cut. Meanwhile, I started looking at my career differently, too. I'd always worked as a mechanical engineer at a mid-level manufacturing firm. Steady, modest, predictable. But for the first time, I saw opportunities everywhere. I had ideas for designs, for efficiency models I'd kept in notebooks for years, but never pursued. So, I stayed up late coding simulations and building prototypes, pouring the anger into precision. Within months, one of my designs, a compact irrigation pump system meant for rural areas, caught attention online after I posted a demo video. A small agricultural tech company reached out, interested in licensing it. The deal wasn't huge, but it was enough to give me breathing room. I quit my old job and started my own small consultancy. The timing felt poetic. While my family flaunted their retreat, I was building something real from the ground up, just like Grandpa had. Then something strange happened. Developers started contacting me. Apparently, the region around the farm was becoming valuable. A highway expansion had been approved nearby and companies were quietly scouting for land with water access and mineral potential. One company sent an email asking about leasing rights for a quarry site listed under RW Resources. My heart jumped. They didn't know it was me. They just saw the LLC. I met with Mr. Henderson immediately. He nearly laughed when he saw the message. "Peter, this is bigger than you think," he said, flipping through the documents. "If you play this right, you could turn what your grandfather left into a long-term income stream. And more importantly, you can make sure your sister's project stays under your legal thumb." That last part mattered because while I'd been rebuilding, Chloe had been expanding. Her Whitaker Heritage Retreat had gone viral on social media. Influencers were visiting, corporate wellness programs were booking retreats, and magazines were calling her the visionary granddaughter, continuing a family legacy. Mom handled PR, Dad managed finances, and they built the perfect illusion of success. The truth? The retreat was already bleeding money. I found out when I stumbled across a local contractor's complaint online. Apparently, Chloe had refused to pay for half of the plumbing work, claiming budget discrepancies. Curious, I looked deeper. Public business records, debt filings, and unpaid contractor listings. The retreat was surviving on loans and sponsorship deals, not profit. Still, they presented it as an empire. Photo shoots, ribbon cuttings, smiling family portraits in glossy magazines. My parents looked proud again, radiant even. It made my stomach twist, but also sharpened my resolve. Because now I had something they didn't: proof, time, and ownership of the ground beneath their empire. I started visiting the farm again, this time openly. The construction workers were mostly gone by then, replaced by maintenance crews and landscaping teams. Chloe wasn't there the first few times I came, but word got around quickly that I'd been seen on the property. A week later, I got a call. "Peter," Chloe's voice was ice. "Why are you showing up at my retreat? Checking on my land," I said evenly. She laughed bitterly. "Your land? You really need to drop this fantasy before it gets pathetic. You should probably read your lease agreements more carefully," I said. "Might notice something about mineral rights and subterranean claims." There was a pause just long enough to make me smile. Then she said, "You're bluffing." "Maybe," I said. "Or maybe you're building a multi-million-dollar business on top of something you don't own." That was the last thing I heard before she hung up. For the next month, the calls from their lawyers started again. This time more polite, less aggressive. They wanted to clarify boundaries and avoid unnecessary escalation. That's when I knew I had them rattled. Henderson advised me not to rush. "Let them sweat," he said. "Greed always trips over itself." So, I waited and focused on growth. My business was thriving. By summer, I'd signed 2 new clients and hired an assistant. The prototype I'd sold earlier was being tested for a state grant program. The local paper even featured a short piece about Whitaker Engineering, a small-town success story helping farmers modernize irrigation. I didn't seek attention, but it found me. Funny thing, Mom must have seen it. She texted me one morning for the first time in months. "Mom, saw your little article. Glad you're finally doing something useful. Maybe now you can contribute to the family business again." I stared at the screen for a long time before replying. "Me? You mean the one built on my land?" She didn't respond. Later that week, I got a message from Chloe herself. It was a single line. No greeting. "Chloe, you're not going to win, Peter. You never do." But she was wrong. I wasn't trying to win anymore. I was building something sustainable, something real. And for once, My life didn't revolve around their approval or attention. Still, I knew it wasn't over. Their pride wouldn't let them back down. That autumn, I decided to take things further. I hired a geological surveyor to officially document the underground assets tied to my mineral rights. What they found confirmed everything: valuable stone deposits, high-quality clay, and a spring system that could supply water for decades. The report was irrefutable. When I told Henderson, he smiled like a man watching a chess match unfold exactly as planned. "Do you realize what this means?" he said. "If they continue construction or profit from this land without your permission, they're violating property law." "Then we'll wait," I said. And we did. Weeks passed. The retreat kept operating, oblivious to the legal trap beneath it. Guests arrived, photos circulated, and then one evening a friend sent me a video from social media, an influencer live streaming at the retreat. In the background, I could clearly see one of the cabins built right over the map's spring. That was it, the moment of proof. I contacted Henderson that night. We filed an injunction. It wasn't an act of revenge. It was justice. Still, as the case moved forward, I kept my distance emotionally. I didn't announce it, didn't gloat. I just kept working, quietly, thriving, while the cracks in their empire widened. Contractors demanded payment. The bank reduced their credit line. Local rumors started spreading that the Whitaker retreat was built on disputed land. For once, I didn't need to defend myself. The truth was defending me. One morning, months later, I visited the oak tree again. It was colder then, leaves falling, ground damp with frost. I placed my hand on the bark, feeling the rough grooves beneath my fingers. The tree had grown thicker, stronger. It had survived storms, drought, time, and now greed. I remember whispering, "I'm getting there, Grandpa," because I was. My business had doubled in income by winter. My apartment had become a small home. I'd made new friends, real ones, people who didn't see me as the quiet failure of the family, but as someone who built something honest. And yet, deep down, I knew there was still one thing left undone. The retreat, the family, the illusion. They hadn't learned anything yet. Not Mom with her sharp smiles, not Dad with his empty pride, not Chloe with her endless need to prove she was chosen. And soon enough, I realized I wouldn't have to confront them myself. The confrontation would come to me. It always did. Winter came early that year. The air had that sharp metallic chill that made every sound echo farther than it should. And for the first time in years, I didn't dread the quiet that came with it. My life had changed so much since the last time I'd stood on that land. I wasn't the uncertain, hesitant son anymore, the one who bit his tongue and waited for scraps of respect. I was calm, patient, deliberate. I finally understood what Grandpa meant when he said, "Don't shout when you can let silence do the heavy lifting." By December, my company had grown beyond what I ever expected. The irrigation system I designed was now being tested for municipal use, and I'd landed a government contract to retrofit outdated rural equipment. It was modest but steady enough to hire 2 more employees and move into a small office on the edge of town. The same town where the Whitaker Heritage Retreat sat gleaming like a false crown. That retreat had become a full-blown spectacle. A new website, a rebranding campaign, and a flurry of press coverage had turned Chloe into a minor celebrity. She'd started giving TED-style talks about family values and perseverance. I didn't know whether to laugh or to be impressed at her ability to twist every truth into a personal victory. Mom managed the books. Dad handled public relations. And together, they'd convinced half the county that the Whitakers were the picture of harmony. But beneath the polished facade, the cracks were widening. I knew it. Henderson sent me regular updates on the injunction. The legal gears turned slowly, but they turned. Chloe had responded with her typical arrogance. Counterclaims, public denials, and statements about paperwork confusion. But the evidence was irrefutable. The mineral rights, the water source, the zoning violations, all of it pointed to one conclusion. They were standing on property they didn't own and drawing profits from it. Still, I didn't want to destroy them outright. Not yet. I wanted them to walk into their own downfall one careful step at a time. That's when I met Elena. She was a journalist working for a regional magazine that covered business development in rural communities. She reached out to me after seeing my company featured in an industry newsletter. "You seem to be doing something different," she said during our first meeting over coffee. "Most people build things for scale. You're building for purpose." I didn't expect it to go anywhere beyond a short feature about local innovation, but as we talked, her curiosity deepened. She asked about my family's history with the land, about my grandfather, about how I got into engineering. I hesitated to bring up the retreat, but when she mentioned she'd already been researching the new luxury development near Whitaker Lake, I realized fate had just handed me something valuable. "They've built over a groundwater source," I said carefully. "One that's protected under environmental zoning, and they're not supposed to be there." Her pen froze mid-sentence. "You're serious?" "Dead serious." She didn't print it immediately. Instead, she started digging. Over the next few weeks, Elena uncovered a trail of discrepancies. Construction permits issued under false claims, environmental clearances that were either missing or rushed, and a pattern of payments from the retreat to county officials that didn't quite line up. She was cautious, thorough, methodical. One night, she called me, her voice tight with excitement. "Peter, do you know how deep this goes?" "I have a guess," I said. "They've been rerouting part of the water system, your water system, to feed their so-called wellness spas. And the local board approved it under your grandfather's old company name. They forged authorization papers." I sat back in my chair, stunned, but not surprised. Forgery, of course. They'd already broken into my apartment, stolen deeds, and fabricated a narrative in court. Why not steal my name, too? "Can you prove it?" I asked. "I can," she said. "But if I publish, it's going to be a firestorm. Are you ready for that?" I paused, thinking about Grandpa, about all the years of swallowing my anger. "Yeah," I said finally. "I've been ready for a long time." While she prepared her piece, I worked on my own front. Henderson and I began restructuring the legal ownership of everything under RW Resources LLC. We shifted the assets into a trust, one that I controlled exclusively. The new trust had clauses that would automatically trigger repossession if any of the land or resources were used commercially without a valid lease. That meant Chloe's retreat was now sitting on a ticking time bomb. I didn't stop there. I hired an independent environmental consultant, someone known for being brutally honest and unimpressed by corporate money. Her inspection confirmed what Elena had suspected. The retreat's drainage system was leaking contaminants into the water supply. Not enough to be lethal, but enough to violate environmental codes. The irony was delicious. Chloe had built her empire on sustainability and healing. Now the very ground beneath her was turning against her because she poisoned it. I kept everything quiet, though. Henderson wanted to file immediately, but I told him to wait. "They're too proud to back down," I said. "Let them build higher. The fall will be cleaner." Meanwhile, Chloe continued her PR crusade. She hosted gala dinners at the retreat, invited influencers, and even filmed an interview for a national business channel. I watched it one night, half out of morbid curiosity. She sat there in a white suit, smiling into the camera, saying things like, "This retreat isn't about money. It's about honoring my grandfather's memory and reconnecting people with nature." When the interviewer asked about her family, she smiled even wider. "My parents have always supported me. My brother, he's doing his own thing. I think he's still finding his path." That line hit harder than I expected. Still finding his path. That's what Mom used to tell relatives when I was 25 and fixing engines out of a garage. To her, my worth had always been potential that never bloomed. I didn't realize it until later, but that line, her public dismissal, became the final push I needed. I spent the next few weeks refining my next move. Henderson drew up a series of quiet notices, formal demands for cessation of commercial activity on my land. We didn't deliver them yet. We were waiting for the perfect moment. That moment came in early spring when the retreat announced its biggest event yet, the Whitaker Legacy Weekend, a luxury 3-day retreat celebrating family, roots, and resilience. It would feature wellness workshops, fine dining, and a keynote speech by Chloe herself. Tickets were $3,000 per guest and sold out in days. Elena called me the day after the announcement. "You know this is the perfect timing, right?" "Oh, I know," I said. Her article was already complete. An exposé detailing the environmental violations, the false permits, and the illegal use of private property. But I asked her to hold it until the day of the event. She hesitated, but when I explained why, she understood. "Let them put on the show first," I said. "Then we pull the curtain." During those weeks leading up to it, I prepared everything. Copies of the trust documents, environmental reports, injunction orders, and photographic proof. Henderson coordinated quietly with the county environmental office and a few journalists he trusted. For the first time in my life, I wasn't just reacting to their cruelty. I was ahead of it. Still, I couldn't help but think about how strange it felt. Revenge, for all its fire, isn't loud. It's patient. It's methodical. It's built like a bridge, piece by piece, until one day, the whole structure carries its own weight. The night before the Legacy weekend, I drove out to the farm again. It was quiet except for the hum of generators. The cabins glowed softly under string lights, guests checking in, staff preparing decorations. From a distance, it almost looked beautiful, but I knew what it really was. A facade built on theft, on ego, on betrayal. I stood under the oak tree for a long time. The moonlight filtered through the branches, silvering the ground beneath my feet. I whispered, "Tomorrow they'll finally see you, Grandpa. Not their version, you." When I drove away, I didn't look back. I didn't need to. Everything was in motion. Elena had scheduled her article to go live at 9 a.m. sharp, just as Chloe would begin her speech. The environmental report would reach the county board an hour later, triggering an immediate inspection, and the cease and desist order, signed, sealed, and stamped, was sitting in Henderson's briefcase, ready to be hand-delivered during the event itself. It was all timed perfectly. I didn't plan to attend the retreat, but something in me wanted to see it just once, to witness the moment the walls cracked. So I made a decision. The next morning, I'd walk right into their kingdom quietly, calmly, like the ghost of the man they'd erased. And by the time I left, the empire they built on lies would be nothing but dust beneath the roots. The morning of the Legacy weekend felt impossibly ordinary. Blue sky, crisp air, string lights still drooping from the eaves like last night's confetti. I sat in my car about a half-mile down the lane and watched the place through the windshield for a long time. From a distance, it looked like the joyful scene Chloe wanted everyone to see. Couples laughing on the lawn, servers moving silently with trays, a harpist somewhere under an awning. Up close, it was the same set of rehearsed motions I'd seen on social media. The choreography of a story someone wanted you to believe. I breathed in, folded my hands in my lap, and felt the weirdest peace. My part of the plan had long since stopped being about feelings. It was about facts, and facts, when presented clearly, had a way of bending the world toward the truth. At 9 on the dot, Elena's piece went live. I didn't read it on my phone like a normal person would. I watched the live stream feed from the retreat instead. 1,000 people were logged in. Chloe stood on a small stage beneath a banner that read Whitaker Legacy Weekend, rooted in purpose. She was radiant, impossibly collected, and spoke about heritage, stewardship, and intentional living. The camera pulled back to show the audience the tables, the branded tote bags with a minimalist oak logo. It was beautiful theater. Then Elena's headline scrolled across my screen. Whitaker Retreat built on disputed land. Allegations of forged permits and environmental violations surface. The article was clean and precise. No hyperbole, just documents, names, dates. It linked to scanned copies of permits, a contractor's unpaid invoices, and the environmental report showing contaminated runoff into the tributary that fed the spring. It quoted the county clerk about missing authorizations and included a short statement from Henderson indicating that an injunction request had been filed. The piece went viral within minutes. Shared, screenshot, reposted, and the live stream feed at the retreat began to fill with rapid-fire comments. Is this true? Did she really forge permits? What about the water? Back at the site, Chloe's smile faltered. For the first time that morning, I saw the human beneath the polish. confusion, then an attempt at composure, then a flash of anger. She glanced toward the stage manager who whispered something and then moved to check the feed on a side monitor. The murmurs and the crowd swelled. Phones came out. Guests who had paid thousands for a healing weekend were suddenly watching a scandal unfurl on their screens. A woman at a front table stood up and walked toward the stage as if to demand answers. Elena's article was only the start. 10 minutes later, the county environmental office released a short statement acknowledging that it had received a formal complaint and would dispatch inspectors immediately. An hour after that, a lawyer representing a group of contractors filed public complaints about unpaid work, attaching the same invoices Elena had uncovered. Social feeds went from admiration to suspicion. The retreat's hashtag tanked. I walked through the gate like a ghost. Staff eyed me with polite confusion. Someone they recognized as the little brother who weirdly never left town. And I let them think whatever they liked. I didn't want attention. I wanted a moment and then the facts to land where they would. When I stepped onto the lawn, I could feel the temperature shift. Conversation stalled. Eyes tracked me. Chloe saw me almost at the same time and her face, for a flash, went entirely white. She lifted a hand to her earpiece and spoke into it in a low, hurried voice. I watched her try to be anchored by performance, the artifice faltering at the edges. Henderson arrived quietly, as he always did, calm, understated, the sort of man who radiates competence. He didn't need to do anything dramatic. He handed a folder to a county inspector who had just arrived, then to the retreat manager, and then to the retreat's lawyer. Elena sat in the front row like a soldier who had done her reconnaissance and returned with the maps. Cameras now swarmed the lawn, local stations, as well as a few national outlets that had picked up the story. The event organizer tried to keep the program going. That was their training. Don't give the rumor space to grow. But you can't keep a wound covered forever. Chloe mounted the stage for her keynote anyway, because of course she did. She cleared her throat and attempted to spin the narrative. We are learning of allegations and we're cooperating fully, she said. The political cadence practiced, imprecise, but the microphone crackled. The questions from the crowd got louder, and a contractor, whose name I later learned was Miguel, stood up in the back and shouted, "You owe my crew 2 months' pay." The man's voice cut through the canned music. The crowd turned. The hush became a wave. That was when the county inspector spoke into his radio. Within minutes, men in uniforms, environmental officers, not armed police but official enough, walked across the grass to stand beside the oak. They did not ask for permission. They had authority. The head inspector scanned the site slowly, then called for a halt on the event pending immediate sampling. The band that had been tuning their instruments packed up without ceremony. Guests were asked politely but firmly to stay put as the county documented evidence. The retreat's lawyer began to mutter about injunction timelines, but Henderson's folder had already been entered into the official record. The moment the officers pinned a stop work notice to a visible support post near the stage, the atmosphere snapped from stage joy to raw anxiety. Guests stood, some looking indignant and demanding refunds, others visibly shaken. A man at a table turned to the person next to him and said, "But I brought my mother here for her birthday. What do we do?" Two influencers who had been live streaming started screaming into their phones about being scammed, and the audio feed amplified the chaos. Chloe's carefully curated life started to fray at the seams in real time. What I remember most clearly is her eyes finding me from the stage. For months, I'd imagined the moment in different ways. Confrontations, speeches, gloating. In person, it was quieter and more horrifying for her. She looked like a child caught after stealing a cookie, except the jar was the size of an estate, and the cookie crumbs were trailings of forged signatures and unpaid invoices. She mouthed something, but the microphone didn't pick it up. She tried to smile, and the smile broke somewhere in the muscles of her face. Mom appeared at her side, moving like someone reaching for a script that had been torn in half. Dad, being Dad, was gone. I later learned he'd retreated to the study where he'd always felt safe, where he could pretend nothing outside his immediate control had changed. It was the literal and spiritual distance he'd always preferred. Henderson stepped forward when the retreat's lawyer attempted to argue jurisdiction and legality. He spoke softly but firmly, presenting the maps, the trust paperwork, the environmental samples that Elena had facilitated, and the chain of custody documents. He didn't yell. There was no triumphant monologue. He laid out truths like building blocks. The county officials nodded, took his copies, and began the administrative process that would freeze operations and require immediate remediation. That's when the real machinery of accountability began to whir. Chloe's PR team tried to spin, flash statements about misunderstandings and good faith, and temporary halts to ensure safety. But the contractors circled like wolves who smelled blood. Miguel approached the stage again and this time addressed Chloe directly. "You told us you'd pay when you got the next round of sponsorship money," he said. "We paid men who trusted us. We'll sue if you don't. My kids have mouths too." The words landed heavy. A few people in the audience shifted uncomfortably. Money conversations never looked pretty in public. The live feed exploded. Comments scrolled so fast it was hard to read anything. Someone clipped a segment and uploaded it to a community forum where people began connecting pieces. An invoice here, a scanned permit there. A screenshot of Chloe's earlier social posts about buying local, juxtaposed with a contractor's claim of subpar materials paid by the retreat. People started calling out sponsors, asking them to distance themselves. Sponsors, spooked, issued tepid statements within the hour that they were reviewing their relationships. The retreat's booking engine, which had opened up a few weeks earlier for an expansion program, began to show cancellations. Through all of it, I stood near the oak. I could feel the weight of everything my grandfather had hidden down there, and the irony that his quiet plan had not been about vengeance so much as clarity, leaving me the means to force truth into bright sunlight. I didn't yell. I didn't clap. I just watched. I watched Chloe. Watched Mom trying to pull strings with an increasingly panicked staff. Watched the legal and environmental wheels grinding into action. And then, right as Chloe opened her mouth to say something, an attempt at a heartfelt apology, perhaps, or an insistence that this was all a misunderstanding, the PA system cut, not because of theatrics, but because the power had been disconnected at the main breaker. Someone had tripped it to keep the equipment from interfering with the county's monitoring devices. Nightlight cameras continued to roll, but the stage lights died and the crowd was cast in natural daylight. Chloe froze, one hand raised like she might physically hold the words in. The microphone in front of her squeaked and went dead. She looked smaller than I'd ever seen her. The guests murmured. Phones lifted again to capture the tableau. Mom's face tightened into a mask. The retreat's lawyer walked forward, mouth forming words that did not reach beyond the first syllable before a contractor started shouting accusations at him. The scene spiraled. Henderson walked up beside me and rested a hand lightly on my shoulder. Just enough contact to say, "It's working." Elena was already on her phone, updating the newsroom with video clips. The county inspector called for photography. Every click a digital hammer. A dozen messages buzzed across my own phone. Notes of support, offers of legal help, calls from people who wanted to turn what happened into something that would stick. I answered none of them. I wanted to remain in that small window of stillness, the part of revenge where the mechanism you built actually functioned the way you expected it to. Then, as if the timeline needed an exclamation point, a police car rolled up the lane. Not because I called them, Henderson assured me we hadn't, but because someone had called 911 reporting a disturbance, and with the news now nationally breaking on social feeds, the county had requested uniformed officers for crowd control and safety. The officers stepped from the cruiser with an efficient calm, scanning the crowd, verifying IDs, and issuing orders in low, clipped voices. Chloe's expression folded in on itself, caught between pride and panic. She looked at Dad, who still stayed inside, then at Mom, who was now urgently whispering into a phone. She looked at the oak as if in some private plea, and then at me. Her gaze held a question. How did you have the nerve? And in it something else too. A dawning recognition that whatever had been built was not going to be easily salvaged. The sound of a distant helicopter, news chopper probably, muffled from the sky, and the world narrowed into the present. Cameras, officers, contractors demanding payment, sponsors asking questions, an environmental team collecting samples, guests arguing about refunds, Chloe on a stage in the dark. The setup I'd orchestrated was collapsing around them carefully and inevitably. I took a breath and, with a deliberate slowness I'd learned from Grandpa's workshop, walked toward the stage. People shifted to let me pass. When I reached the edge, someone in the crowd, an older man who had been a neighbor years back, grabbed my forearm and squeezed, eyes wet. "You did right by him," he said, and then he was gone into the throng. I climbed a few steps onto the wooden platform and stood beside Chloe. She turned her head to me, mouth opening to say something. Apology, accusation, anything. And then the mic crackled to life again for a single second. A thin, static-filled voice came through. Not mine, not hers, but the voice of the county inspector. Under Section 12B, operations are ceased immediately. Any further activity on these grounds may be subject to civil and criminal enforcement. For a heartbeat, the world held, as if the air itself was measuring the moment. Then the live feeds multiplied and the crowd surged with questions. Chloe's face, painted for cameras and built for rehearsals, finally showed the rawness of someone whose script had been taken. She looked at me one last time, and there it was, an expression that had nothing to do with performance. It was fear. I opened my mouth. I had 100 possible things to say. Short, sharp statements that would make headlines, long monologues that would take pleasure in detail. Instead, I said the one thing that felt most honest, and I didn't shout it. I simply said, "You were always welcome to the truth. You chose differently." Her lips quivered. She looked like she might speak, but at that moment, a swarm of people pushed forward. Reporters, guests, activists, and county staff, and the platform became a small island surrounded by noise. The helicopter's thump grew louder. Camera lights strobed. Someone yelled that the live stream had been clipped and was already reposted across platforms under new titles. Then, as authorities began to move the crowd and the retreat staff tried to salvage what they could, something shifted at the far edge of the property. A truck idled near a line of trailers. Men in suits I didn't recognize stepped out and were heading toward the farmhouse with an urgency that suggested they weren't here for PR. I saw Dad's outline at the farmhouse window. He had finally come outside, but by then, the scene was a moving thing alive with consequences. I didn't follow Dad's movement. Instead, I stayed on the stage, feeling absurdly calm. The oak tree behind me swayed, indifferent and ancient. The wind carried a faint scent of turned earth and cedar and something else. Maybe the faint bleach of sanitizer used to prepare a wellness corner. The irony made me smile despite everything. And then, in the middle of the noise, I heard a single voice call my name from the crowd. It was soft, shaky. "Mom." She sounded different than she had in all the years of condescension. Small, human, asking for a lifeline she had no right to expect. She stood half-hidden by a cluster of guests and cameras. And for a second, I considered walking over, making a scene of reconciliation, offering grace. The part of me that had once wanted nothing more than their approval stirred. But I didn't move. The helicopters circled. The county moved in to secure samples. And the legal teams circled like vultures and saints at once. Chloe's empire was collapsing with methodical cruelty and public shame. Contractors demanded bank numbers. Sponsors issued statements. Guests filed for refunds. Elena's article had ripped open a wound. And the wound was now being disinfected in public. At that precise, loud, chaotic moment, the moment when truth had begun to bend the world toward consequence, someone from the county inspection team approached me and handed me a small slip of paper. It was typed, "We need you to come with us to the main office. There's a statement you should give about chain of custody and your role in ownership." The words were mundane and bureaucratic, but the implication was huge. My involvement had become official. I looked at the oak, at the ruined cabins, at the crowd, and then back to the slip. My breath fogged in the cold air. I folded the paper into my pocket and nodded. As I turned to follow the inspector, Chloe's voice rose in a wavering, barely coherent plea. "Peter, please don't." The sentence broke into a sob. The crowd shifted again and the cameras found Chloe's face, tears and mascara streaking down. A human breaking in real time on the stage she had built. I walked past her without looking back. There were still pieces to be put in place, legal filings to finalize, remediation plans to force, public statements to manage. There would be lawyers screaming and PR men spinning and my parents pressing every lever they had to control the narrative. There would be nights of restless plotting. And there would be the quiet aftermath of what we'd done to each other. But for the first time in years, the scale had tipped enough that I could see a pathway, messy, legal, and painfully slow, away from the humiliation they'd laid on me. I felt lighter and more resolute than I had any right to feel. I reached the county vehicle and slid into the passenger seat. The inspector shut the door, glanced at me without malice, and said, "We'll need a statement, Mr. Whitaker. The public will want the truth." His voice was professional, not triumphant. I nodded and looked one last time at the oak through the rear window, its silhouette stark against the autumn sky. As the car pulled away, cameras still rolling, I thought of Grandpa's handwriting in that little envelope I'd found months ago, the quiet instruction to look beneath the roots. I thought of the patience it had taken to get to this hour, the small, bitter steps that had all accumulated into this moment. I felt the satisfaction of a slow plan working, but I also felt a weight settle on me, the knowledge that this was not the end. Because for all that had collapsed today, there were consequences that had yet to arrive. Financial entanglements, battered relationships, and a family that would not surrender quietly. I knew very well that the most serious blows were often the ones delivered in courtrooms and in quiet conversations far from the cameras. We drove away from the property, the crowd shrinking in the distance, the oak left like a silent judge. My phone buzzed once, Elena's name flashing. She'd sent a single line, "It's live. You did it." I put the phone away and looked out the window as the retreat disappeared behind a stand of trees. The car moved down the lane, and for the first time in a long time, something inside me uncoiled. But the moment the county vehicle turned onto the highway, my phone vibrated again, this time with a number I didn't recognize. I answered. The voice on the other end was low and clipped. "Mr. Whitaker, this is Agent Fisher with the state attorney's office. We need to talk. There's been a development regarding your grandfather's corporate filings. Can you come in?" Took months for the noise to settle, and when it did, the silence was even louder. The county's report came first, dry, factual, and devastating. It confirmed everything: illegal construction over protected waterways, forged environmental permits, unpaid labor, and unauthorized commercial activity on privately held mineral land. The words were clinical, but their impact was lethal. Within days, the Whitaker Heritage Retreat was shut down indefinitely. The morning after the ruling, I drove past the entrance. The banner was gone. The sign that once read, "Rooted in Purpose," lay half-buried in mud, flapping weakly in the wind. The cabins stood empty, their paint already fading under spring rain. Weeds had begun to crawl up the wooden stairs, nature reclaiming what greed had stolen. It felt poetic, quiet, brutal justice. But it was only the beginning. The lawsuits followed like vultures. Contractors sued for unpaid wages. Guests demanded refunds. Environmental agencies levied fines so steep they could have bankrupted a small corporation. Sponsors pulled out, each issuing their sterile public statements about values misalignment. And through it all, Chloe kept posting for as long as she could, trying to salvage the illusion. She uploaded teary videos about misunderstandings and bureaucratic sabotage. But every word made her look more desperate. People stopped believing her. Then they started mocking her. Memes, parodies, hashtags. Her name turned from luxury to liability overnight. Mom disappeared from social media entirely. I heard through neighbors that she stopped leaving the house. The woman who once loved dinner parties and public praise couldn't face a grocery store without whispers following her. Dad, ever the coward, spent his days meeting with lawyers who charged him thousands to tell him what he already knew. There was no way out. Their empire was gone. But even as I watched it crumble, part of me felt something unexpected. Not triumph, not satisfaction, but exhaustion. The kind that goes bone deep after years of holding your breath. Grandpa used to say revenge was like carving wood. Too much pressure and the whole thing splinters. I finally understood what he meant. Still, I couldn't walk away just yet. 2 weeks later, I was called to testify before the state attorney's office. Agent Fisher, the same one who'd called me the day of the retreat's collapse, met me in a stark conference room. He slid a folder across the table. Inside were copies of my grandfather's corporate filings and several newer documents I'd never seen before. Your grandfather was meticulous, Fisher said. He structured everything legally, but we've discovered someone's been falsifying signatures on those filings for years. Someone tried to re-register his LLC under another name right after his death. I didn't even need to guess who. Can we prove who did it? I asked. Fisher nodded. We can. There's a digital paper trail, IP addresses, timestamps, payments for expedited processing. It all points to your sister. He explained that Chloe had attempted to quietly seize control of RW Resources LLC, my grandfather's old holding company, after his death. Her plan had been to absorb its assets under her retreat's parent organization. If she'd succeeded, she would have gained ownership of everything: land, mineral rights, and even residual profits from my grandfather's investments. The only thing that stopped her was Henderson's legal diligence. When Fisher finished, he leaned back in his chair. The forgery alone is enough for felony charges, he said. But it's your decision whether we pursue them. For a long time, I didn't answer. I stared at the folder, the neatly typed evidence of what my family had become. Pressing charges meant destroying any last trace of them. No more polite holidays, no more calls, no more pretending there was ever love in the first place. It would be permanent. But then I remembered the look on Chloe's face that day. The smirk, the entitlement, the complete absence of remorse. I remembered Mom's words. Sometimes the better child needs more to do more. I looked up. Do it, I said. All of it. He nodded once. We'll move forward. News of the charges broke within a week. Fraud, forgery, environmental misconduct, tax evasion. The headlines spread like wildfire. Chloe was arrested at her condo in front of cameras. Her mugshot, the same face that once sold wellness and luxury, became the symbol of greed's downfall. Mom tried to claim ignorance, but the investigation revealed she'd co-signed several fraudulent checks. Dad wasn't charged, but the IRS came for him anyway. By the end of the summer, everything they owned was gone, seized, sold, or liquidated to cover legal penalties. Their home went first. The cars followed. Even the family heirlooms, Mom's china, Dad's coin collection, were auctioned off. I didn't go to the sentencing hearing, but Henderson did. He told me afterward that Chloe cried the entire time, not from guilt, but disbelief. She kept asking why, he said quietly, as if it was happening to her, not because of her. Mom refused to speak. Dad apparently sat there staring straight ahead, jaw clenched, like a man who couldn't decide whether to be angry or ashamed. When the judge handed down the sentence, 2 years in prison for Chloe, probation and restitution for Mom, the courtroom fell silent. Henderson said the only sound was the echo of the gavel. I thought I'd feel joy, vindication, something cinematic. But when he told me, I just nodded. It wasn't happiness I felt. It was peace. A deep, quiet kind of peace. The kind that doesn't cheer or shout, just breathes. In the months that followed, I rebuilt the property the way it should have been. The retreat cabins were torn down under county supervision, and the land was restored to its natural state. The oak tree stood untouched, towering over the fields like an old sentinel. I kept the farmhouse too, but not as a shrine, as a workshop. Every Saturday, I drove out there, brewed coffee on the porch, and worked with my hands like Grandpa taught me. Sometimes I repaired old furniture. Sometimes I just sat beneath the tree with a notebook. The land was quiet again, honest again. One evening, near the end of autumn, I found a letter tucked behind a drawer in Grandpa's workbench. It was addressed simply, "For when the noise ends." The handwriting was shaky, written late in his life, but the words were unmistakably his. If you're reading this, Peter, then you already know what I always hoped you would. That integrity takes longer to build than money, but it lasts longer, too. I never wanted to punish your father or your sister. I just wanted to show you that truth doesn't need to shout to win. Let the land remind you of that. I folded the letter and sat there for a while, the sound of the wind threading through the branches. The sun dipped low, lighting the fields in gold. I realized then that revenge hadn't been the point. It was accountability, a reckoning that began long before I was even old enough to see it coming. Later, I placed the letter in a small frame and hung it by the door. Every time I walked into the farmhouse, it greeted me like a quiet compass. Months passed. My business flourished. I started teaching local students about sustainable design. Kids who reminded me of myself, hungry to build something real. The farmhouse became a community workspace. People came to learn carpentry, engineering, restoration. It wasn't about money. It was about legacy, the kind that doesn't fit in bank accounts. As for my parents, I never saw them again. They moved to another state after the house was sold, living in a small apartment near a strip mall. Henderson once told me, "Dad still refuses to say your name. Mom apparently sends letters sometimes, but I never opened them." Chloe's release made headlines a year later, but the world had moved on. The wellness industry she'd thrived in had replaced her with a new face, a new name, a new lie. She tried to reach out once, a handwritten note left at my office. I read it standing by my desk, then tore it in half and threw it away. Forgiveness, I realized, isn't about reopening doors. It's about closing them gently and walking away without bitterness. The last time I visited the farmhouse, the oak was shedding its leaves again. They fell in slow spirals, blanketing the earth. I placed my hand on the trunk, feeling the rough bark beneath my fingers. Somewhere deep below, the roots ran strong, unseen, but unbreakable. That's when I understood what Grandpa had meant all along. The dollar wasn't the gift. The letter wasn't the treasure. The land wasn't even the point. It was the lesson. What's buried beneath the roots always outlives the ones who tried to cut it down. I looked out across the fields at the horizon where the sun dipped low and the farmhouse lights glowed faintly through the trees. The air smelled like soil and pine and rain. And for the first time in my life, I didn't feel small. I didn't feel forgotten. I felt free. Now on to the next story. Story 3. Christmas used to be my favorite day of the year. Not for the presents. Honestly, I've always been the kind of person who finds more joy in giving than receiving. I'm Aiden, 27 years old, the quiet one in a loud family. My mom always said I was easygoing. "You never make a fuss," she'd say with that proud little nod, like it was something noble. But lately, I've started to wonder if that was just code for "you're easy to take advantage of." It wasn't always like this. When I was a kid, Christmas felt magical. The whole family squeezed into our warm living room, lights twinkling, fireplace crackling, everyone laughing too loud over eggnog and stories we'd all heard 1,000 times. But somewhere between me turning into the family's financial safety net and them pretending not to notice, that magic got smothered under the weight of expectations, mostly the ones they had of me. Last year, I paid off my brother Luke's car repairs. The year before that, I covered my aunt's overdue rent just for 1 month, which somehow turned into 12. My sister Clara called me crying when she was short on tuition. And even though I was saving for my own apartment, I wired the money without a second thought. No one ever said thank you. Not really. They just moved on like I was some kind of family ATM available 24/7. No PIN required. I told myself it didn't matter, that I didn't do it for the gratitude. But deep down, I think I hoped just once they'd surprise me, show that they saw me, that they cared, that I mattered as more than a backup wallet. So this Christmas, I decided to go all out. I've been planning it for weeks. Handmade cards with personal notes, crisp envelopes tucked with cash for each person. Not just money, but thoughtful amounts. Enough to clear debt, take a trip, or finally breathe easy. I wrapped each envelope in red silk ribbon, wrote their names in gold ink, and packed them into my bag before heading over to my mom's house. It had snowed the night before, the kind of soft, perfect snowfall that made everything feel quiet and fresh, like maybe this year could actually be different. I told myself not to expect anything, but some small, stupid part of me still hoped. When I walked in, the living room was already chaos. My cousins were tearing through presents, paper flying everywhere. Clara was squealing over her brand new MacBook, a silver one, exactly the kind she'd been dreaming about. "Oh my God, Mom, how did you know?" she gushed. My mom beamed like she'd split atoms to make it happen. Luke unwrapped the newest iPhone, still in shrink wrap. "No way," he yelled, immediately flipping the camera on to film himself. My aunt clapped like it was a game show. Everyone was loud and glowing. I stood in the doorway for a moment, snowflakes melting in my hair, clutching my carefully packed bag like it was something fragile. When it came time for my turn, my mom handed me a small gift bag. It had a bent corner and looked suspiciously familiar. I reached inside and pulled out a white mug. The same mug, in fact, that I'd given her last year. I recognized the tiny chip near the handle. It even still had the faint stain of old coffee in the bottom. "You always say you don't need anything," she said with a smile. "And you never make a fuss." Everyone chuckled politely. No one looked twice. I didn't say anything, just stared at the mug in my hands for a second too long, then set it down gently on the coffee table. My chest felt tight. Not angry tight, but disappointed tight. The kind that sneaks in when you realize slowly that you're not invisible by accident. You're invisible because it's easier for them that way. I reached into my bag, fingers brushing against the ribbons and envelopes. I pulled them out, fanned them out like a dealer at a card table. The room quieted just a little. "Whoa, what's that?" Clara asked, eyes already sparkling like she knew. "Something I prepared," I said softly, my voice calm. I looked around the room at the people who leaned on me, borrowed from me, depended on me. My mom was still smiling like this was some sweet gesture. My aunt was already reaching for hers. That was when I looked down at the envelopes again and quietly slid them back into my bag. A flicker of confusion crossed my mom's face. "What's wrong, honey?" I zipped the bag shut. "Nothing," I said, standing. "Just realized something." I started walking toward the door. My boots squeaked on the floor. I could feel their eyes following me, still not quite understanding. But then I heard it. My aunt's voice, high and sharp. "Wait, where's our gift?" I turned around, the snow drifting in from the open door behind me. "You already got it," I said evenly. "I paid your rent all year." The silence was instant and heavy, like the room had been dunked underwater. Clara jumped up. "Wait, Aiden, hold on. Don't be like that." My mom stood too, that overly sweet panic in her voice. "Aiden, come on. You're overreacting. Let's talk about this." But I didn't move. I didn't say a word. I just turned and walked out into the snow behind me. I could hear them scrambling. My brother's voice, "Seriously, dude." My aunt, "It's just a mug. Don't make it a big deal." Footsteps, crunching snow, breath in the cold air. Someone slipped behind me, yelling, "Can we just get a little something, please?" I didn't even turn around. That was when I heard it. A panicked voice calling from the porch, not angry now, but pleading. Then another, and then silence. The snow muffled their voices the further I walked, like the cold itself had decided I'd heard enough. I didn't speed up. I didn't slow down. I just kept moving, one step after the next. Crunch, crunch, crunch down the long, ice-slick driveway. My breath came out in clouds, soft and steady. My fingers tightened around the handle of the bag slung over my shoulder. The one still filled with those envelopes. Each one a tiny piece of me I'd been ready to give away. My car was parked under a thin sheet of frost at the end of the street. I had barely reached it when I heard someone shout again, this time closer. It was Clara. Her boots were slipping a little as she half ran through the snow, one mitten waving in the air. "Aiden, wait. Just stop for a second." She sounded winded, but more than that, desperate. That tone in her voice used to be all it took to make me drop everything. I'd always been the one who came when she called. The fixer, the good one. I paused, hand on the car door. She caught up, breathing hard. "You don't have to go. Look, I get it. That mug was stupid, okay? I didn't even know Mom did that. We thought you didn't care about this stuff." I turned to face her slowly. Her cheeks were flushed from the cold, but there was no snow on her. Someone had clearly sent her out in a rush, a messenger from the cozy disaster behind us. Did you really think that? I asked, my voice low. That I didn't care? She looked down. I mean, you always act like nothing gets to you, like you're fine. I nodded, more to myself than her. Because if I ever said I wasn't, nobody would have listened anyway. She winced and for once didn't argue. Just stood there in the snow, rubbing her hands together, eyes darting to the bag. Were those envelopes really for us? I opened the car door and tossed the bag onto the passenger seat. They were. Her eyes widened. How much? Enough to make your jaw drop, I said flatly. Enough to make your Christmas easier. To give everyone one good, guilt-free day. Clara stepped forward, reaching for my arm like we were still kids. Can't you just look? I'm sorry. We didn't mean to hurt you. Just come back in, at least for dinner. I stared at her hand on my sleeve. It was shaking slightly, maybe from the cold. Maybe from the realization that something had shifted and it wasn't going back. I gently moved her hand away. You don't get it, Clara. This isn't about the mug or even the presents. Then what? She asked, her voice cracking. It's about how nobody in that house sees me unless they need something. It's about how I've been holding all of you up for years. And today, on the one day I hoped maybe, just maybe, you'd think about me, you gave me a coffee mug you didn't even bother to wash. Tears welled in her eyes, and for a split second, I almost caved. Almost. But then I remembered the birthday they forgot. The time I had the flu and no one called. The jokes about how I was always alone, always working. The quiet expectation that I would pick up the check again and again with a smile and a shrug because Aiden never makes a fuss. I slid into the car and turned the key. The engine groaned, then started with a reluctant rumble. Clara took a step back. I rolled the window down an inch. Tell Mom I'll call her after New Year's. Or maybe I won't. Depends if she wants to talk or just ask for help again. She opened her mouth, but I didn't wait for the reply. I rolled the window up and pulled away, tires crunching over frozen gravel. In the rearview mirror, I saw her standing there hugging her arms, her figure slowly swallowed by the falling snow. I didn't cry. I didn't blast music. I just drove. The streets were mostly empty. The world hushed under the weight of the holiday. Every light I passed shimmered like a question. What now? I didn't know exactly. I hadn't planned to walk out. I hadn't expected it to hurt and free me all at once. But as I reached the edge of town, I realized I had somewhere to go. A small cabin I'd been quietly renting an hour out. No one in the family knew about it. I'd been furnishing it little by little, saving it for someday. It had heat, a stocked pantry, a fireplace, and silence. I parked outside, stepped in, and for the first time in years I felt weightless. I lit the fire, brewed some tea, and pulled the envelopes out of the bag one by one, stacking them on the coffee table. All that generosity redirected now. Maybe I'd donate them to a shelter tomorrow. Or maybe I'd use them to build something just for me. For once. But just as I was about to settle in, my phone lit up. 1 missed call, then 5, then 12. My aunt, my mom, my uncle, even Luke, and then a voicemail. I tapped play. It was my mom's voice, sharp with panic. Aiden, listen. That rent you mentioned, you didn't cancel anything yet, did you? Because we're behind already and the landlord, he's threatening. Please call me. We can fix this. I stared at the screen, my thumb hovering over the red decline button. I didn't press anything, just sat there in the glow of the fireplace, my phone screen dimming in my palm. The logs crackled softly behind me, casting long shadows across the cabin walls. For a moment, I closed my eyes and let the heat settle into my skin, trying to let that voicemail roll off my back like water, but it clung to me, behind already. Of course, I'd been paying my aunt's rent for nearly a year. My mom had begged me to step in when her job situation got complicated. I never asked for details. I didn't need to. It was always the same script. I'd wire the money. They'd sigh in relief and nobody would mention it again until they needed more. But this time felt different. Not because they needed help again. That was old news. No, what stuck with me was her tone. It wasn't guilt or embarrassment. It was expectation. A subtle panic, yes. But beneath it was a kind of certainty that I would fix it, that I always would. I tossed the phone onto the couch beside me and leaned forward, elbows on knees. The envelopes were still sitting on the coffee table, neatly stacked, red ribbons shining in the firelight. They looked out of place in this quiet room, out of place in my life now. I had thought those envelopes would bring joy, that giving them would finally make me feel included, appreciated. But what they really represented was how much of myself I'd poured into a family that saw my effort as obligation, not love. I rubbed my eyes and stood, pacing across the wood floor, the old boards creaking under my socks. I stopped at the small window and looked out. The snow had stopped falling. Everything was still, peaceful. I'd forgotten what that felt like. Then the phone buzzed again. This time it was Luke. A text, "Hey, I know things got weird. Can we talk?" I didn't reply. 5 minutes later, another buzz. "My cousin Leah, did you really cancel the payments? Aunt Janine's freaking out." Then, "Can you just call me so we can sort this out? You're being kind of dramatic." I let out a breath. Half laugh, half scoff. Dramatic. That's what they called it now. I walked back over to the couch and picked up my phone again, scrolling through message after message. Some were pleading, some were snide. One from my mom simply said, "We need to talk. This isn't like you." And she was right. It wasn't. But that was the point. I thought about Christmas mornings past. All the times I'd stayed up late wrapping gifts or cooking when no one else would, or quietly footing bills so someone else could save face. I'd always convinced myself that love meant sacrifice, that if I just kept giving, eventually I'd be seen. But now I saw them. I went into the kitchen and grabbed a pen and notepad from the drawer. I sat down at the table and started writing. Not to them. Not yet. To myself. A list. Things I've paid for without thanks. Clara's tuition, 2 semesters. Luke's car repairs, X3. Aunt Janine's rent, 10 months. Mom's credit card balance, last spring. Family reunion, Airbnb. Dad's overdue medical bill. Christmas dinner groceries. Every year since I was 21. I paused when the list hit the bottom of the page. My stomach tightened. This wasn't generosity anymore. It was servitude dressed up as love. I stood, walked to the fire, and tossed the list in. Curled into ash instantly. Just then, the phone buzzed one more time. A video call from Mom. I stared at it, heart thudding. I let it ring and ring. Then, finally, I answered, but I didn't say a word. I just stared into the camera. My mom's face appeared. Flushed, frantic, wrapped in a knit shawl like she'd just run outside. "Aiden, thank God," she said. "We didn't mean for things to get so out of hand. We were counting on you. You know how tight things are." I stayed silent. "You've always been the one we could rely on," she added, a soft, almost accusatory lilt in her voice. "You don't understand what it's like for the rest of us. You're successful now. You are comfortable." "I was comfortable," I finally said, my voice low and calm, until I realized everyone I thought loved me was just keeping me around like a backup plan. She blinked. "That's not fair." "No," I said. "What's not fair is paying for your sister's rent, your daughter's education, your son's toys, your groceries, and getting a used mug in return. What's not fair is never being invited to be part of the family, unless it's to bail you all out." She went quiet. "Then so what? You're cutting us off? Just like that?" I looked her in the eye, and that's when I told her, "I'm done being the safety net." Her mouth parted slightly like she hadn't expected me to actually say it. She blinked, and then the excuses started flowing. "We've just been under so much pressure this year, Aiden. You know how hard it's been. The economy, your aunt's health, your brother's job situation." I held up a hand. "I know. I really do. But the thing is, Mom, it's always something. Every year, every holiday, every phone call. And you've never once asked if I'm okay, if I need anything. You just assume I'll carry the weight." "That's not true," she said almost reflexively. "Isn't it?" I asked. "When was the last time you called just to talk? Just to check in on me, not on my bank account? When was the last time anyone did?" Her face tightened. "We love you." Of course we do. You love what I do for you. That's not the same thing. She shook her head. I think you're being cruel. We're family. And I think you're confusing love with access. I said, my voice firm but calm. And access has been revoked. There was silence on the other end, just the faint sound of wind through the trees outside her house. She didn't hang up. She didn't say anything. She just stared at me like she didn't recognize the person speaking. And in a way, she didn't, because I had spent years training them all to treat me this way, by never saying no, by always stepping in, by smiling through the disappointment. I had let them build a version of me that existed solely to serve them. And they believed in that version so long, they didn't know what to do now that he was gone. I'm not doing this to punish you, I said. But I am doing this for me. She opened her mouth. Maybe to argue, maybe to beg. I didn't give her the chance. I ended the call and then I turned off the phone. For the first time in years, I didn't feel the immediate weight of guilt pressing down on me. No tight knot in my stomach. No voice in the back of my head whispering that I was being selfish. Just stillness. A clean silence that didn't demand anything from me. I turned back to the fire. The cabin was warm now, glowing. I walked over to the coffee table and picked up the envelopes. One by one, I untied the ribbons and opened them. Thick stacks of hundreds, thousands of dollars, ready to be handed out like peace offerings. But not anymore. Instead of throwing them away, I did something else. I relabeled each envelope with names that had nothing to do with my family. Names of local organizations I'd researched weeks ago. A women's shelter in town, a food pantry, a youth mentorship program that needed laptops. I hadn't been sure before, but now I was. That night, I wrote out handwritten notes and slid them into the envelopes with the cash. I addressed the letters not to the directors or managers, but to the people receiving the help. Strangers I would never meet. I didn't want credit. I just wanted the money to do something good for once. The next morning, Christmas Day, I drove into town early. The streets were still quiet, dusted with snow, the sun barely peeking over the rooftops. I slipped the envelopes into mail slots and drop boxes, my breath misting in the cold. At the last stop, the shelter, a woman in a long coat was sweeping the sidewalk. She looked up and smiled at me, the kind of simple, genuine smile that felt rare. "Merry Christmas," she said. "Merry Christmas," I replied. When I got back to the cabin, I made breakfast. Eggs, toast, coffee. I sat by the fire and read a book I hadn't had time for in months. No noise, no chaos, no obligations, just peace. But of course, the silence didn't last forever. 2 days later, I checked my email for the first time since the walkout. There were over 40 new messages, some from family, some from unknown addresses, forwarded voicemails, even a couple of messages from numbers I didn't recognize. Word had gotten around. I ignored most of them, but one stood out. It was from my cousin Leah. The subject line was simple. "I'm sorry." I clicked it. "Aiden, I didn't know what was going on. I knew you helped sometimes, but I didn't realize how much. I think we all just assumed you were fine, that it didn't cost you anything. That was wrong. I'm not writing to ask you for anything. I just wanted to say thank you for everything you did do, and I'm sorry for not seeing you before now. If you ever want to talk, I'm here. No strings. Leah." I stared at the message for a while. It didn't undo anything. It didn't erase the years of being overlooked or used, but it was something. A small sign that maybe, just maybe, someone had finally looked past what I gave and saw me. I didn't reply right away. I wasn't ready, and I didn't owe anyone my time anymore. Not on demand. But I saved the email. Days passed. New Year's came and went. I didn't get the usual group call at midnight. No blurry video of fireworks from someone's backyard. It was strangely quiet, and I loved it. By mid-January, I'd made arrangements to cut off every recurring payment I'd set up for family members. Bank accounts were frozen. Autopays canceled. When I called the landlord covering my aunt's apartment, I was polite but firm. "I'm no longer responsible. Any questions can be directed to her." He didn't argue. He just updated the file. That week, the calls started again. Not just from my aunt, but from my mom, Luke, even my dad, who rarely called anyone. Each one went to voicemail. On a Thursday afternoon, I walked into a local volunteer center and signed up to mentor teenagers interested in technology. I had always wanted to give back in a way that meant something, not just handing over money, but actually showing up. My first mentee was a 16-year-old named Bryson. Smart kid, quiet like I was at that age. In our second meeting, he asked why I was doing this. I shrugged. Because someone should. He grinned. You're not like most people. For the first time in a long time, I smiled without faking it. Neither are you, I said. Weeks passed. Then a month. The calls trickled off. A few bitter texts slipped in, but mostly the silence held until Valentine's Day. A single card came in the mail. No return address, just a Hallmark envelope with glittery hearts. Inside, a note written in my mom's handwriting. Aiden, I'm sorry. Not because you're gone, but because I didn't see what I was doing until you left. I don't expect you to forgive me, but I want you to know I'm trying to be better. Not for what I lost, but for what I could still become. I folded the card slowly, set it on the mantel. I didn't know if she meant it. I didn't know if she'd change. But for the first time, it didn't matter because I wasn't the backup plan anymore. I was living my life finally on my own terms. And the next Christmas, I didn't go back. I spent it in that same quiet cabin, wrapped in a soft blanket by the fire, drinking hot cocoa from the same chipped mug they once regifted me. Not out of spite, but because it reminded me of who I used to be and how far I'd come. Now on to the next story. Story 4. My family tried to steal my wedding money to give it to my sister because she wanted plastic surgery. Before continuing the story, let us know in the comments which city you're watching from. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell so you won't miss more stories, and leave your like on the video. I need to start this story by saying I genuinely thought my wedding day would be the beginning of something beautiful. And it was for about 72 hours. Then my parents invited me to dinner and asked me to bankroll my sister's plastic surgery with my wedding gift money. Yeah, you read that right. Let me back up. 3 weeks before all this went down, I married the love of my life in this gorgeous ceremony with 120 guests. My husband's family paid for everything, which was incredibly generous and honestly kind of them considering my parents spent most of the planning process complaining about the venue choices and the fact that we weren't serving their preferred caterer. The day itself was perfect, though. The weather cooperated, nobody got drunk and embarrassing, and we ended up with $15,000 in cash gifts from our guests. $15,000. We were planning to use it for home improvements, maybe finally renovate that nightmare of a kitchen we inherited with the house. So, there I am, 3 days post-wedding, still in that honeymoon glow, when my mother calls and asks if I can come to dinner. Just me, not my husband. She said they wanted to have some family time, which should have been my first red flag because my parents aren't exactly the warm and fuzzy type. But I figured maybe they wanted to actually talk about the wedding. Say something nice for once. I told my husband I'd be back in a couple hours, kissed him goodbye, and drove over to their house. My father opened the door, gave me this weird tight smile, and my mother was already setting the table. My older sister was there, too, looking like she'd been crying. She's 34, 2 years older than me, and she'd recently gone through a divorce that was entirely her own fault. She'd been having an affair with her married boss for 2 years. 2 years. Her husband found out, divorced her, and she lost pretty much everything in the settlement because, surprise, infidelity doesn't look good in court. We sat down to eat, and the whole meal was tense. My sister barely looked at me. My parents kept exchanging these glances like they were communicating telepathically. Finally, over dessert, my mother cleared her throat and said, "Vanessa, we need to talk to you about something important." I put down my fork. "Okay, it's about your sister," my father said. "She's been going through a really difficult time, as you know." I nodded. I did know. She'd been living with our parents for 6 months, unemployed, depressed, and generally making everyone around her miserable with her refusal to take any responsibility for her own choices. "She needs help getting back on her feet," my mother continued. "And we think you're in a position to provide that help." I felt this creeping sensation up my spine. "What kind of help?" My father leaned forward. The wedding gifts, the $15,000. Your sister needs it more than you do. I actually laughed. Couldn't help it. You're joking. We're completely serious, my mother said, her voice taking on that sharp edge I knew so well. You just married into money. Your husband has a good job, you have a house, you don't need that money. Your sister needs to get plastic surgery and some beauty treatments so she can start dating again. She needs to feel good about herself. I stared at them. You want me to give my wedding gift money to fund my sister's plastic surgery? It's not just plastic surgery, my sister said, speaking for the first time. Her voice was thin and bitter. It's about rebuilding my life. You have everything. You have a husband who actually loves you, a nice house, a stable job. What do I have? Nothing. I lost everything. You lost everything because you slept with your married boss for 2 years, I said flatly. That was your choice. Vanessa, my father snapped. That's enough. Your sister made mistakes, but family helps family. We gave you a good life, we raised you, and now we're asking you to help your sister when she needs it most. You didn't pay for my wedding, I pointed out. My husband's family did. And those gifts were from our guests to us as a couple. They weren't given to you to redistribute. My mother's face went red. How dare you? After everything we've done for you, you're being selfish and cruel. Your sister is suffering and you're sitting there counting your money like some kind of miser. I pulled out my phone and very deliberately started recording. My parents didn't notice at first. They were too busy building up steam, but my sister's eyes widened. Say that again, I said calmly. About how I should give you $15,000 of my wedding money so my sister can get plastic surgery to attract men after destroying her marriage through infidelity. Please, say it again for clarity. The table went silent. My father's face turned an interesting shade of purple. Are you recording this? My mother whispered. Yes, I said, still recording. Because this is absolutely insane, and I want proof that you actually asked me this. I want proof that you invited me to dinner to tell me I should hand over my wedding gifts because my sister needs a mommy makeover to feel better about herself after blowing up her own life. I stood up, grabbed my purse, and headed for the door. My mother was shouting something about disrespect. My father was demanding I delete the recording, and my sister was crying again. I walked out, got in my car, and sat there for a moment, shaking with laughter and anger in equal measure. Then I drove home, walked in, and showed my husband the recording. He listened to the whole thing, his expression moving from confusion to disbelief to pure amazement. When it finished, he looked at me and said, "Your family is absolutely unhinged." "I know," I said. "I really, really know. The thing is, I thought that would be the end of it. I genuinely believed that once they calmed down and realized how absolutely ridiculous they'd been, they'd back off. I should have known better. I've known these people my entire life. They don't back off. They double down." 2 weeks later, there was a birthday party for one of my cousins. Big family gathering, about 40 people, all the aunts and uncles and cousins and their kids. I almost didn't go, but my husband convinced me it would look worse if I avoided family events. He said we should go, be pleasant, and keep our distance from my parents and sister. Simple plan. We showed up, brought a nice gift, and I was immediately cornered by my mother in the kitchen. She was helping set up the food, and she pulled me aside with this fake sweet smile on her face. "I'm so glad you came," she said. "I wanted to talk to you about our conversation the other day. I think maybe we came on too strong, but you have to understand. We're just worried about your sister." "Mom," I said, "I'm not giving you the money." Her smile froze. "Vanessa, please, just think about it. $5,000 would be enough. We're not asking for all of it." "Oh, now it's 5,000? What happened to 15? "We're trying to be reasonable," she hissed. "Your sister is family. She needs help. Then you help her," I said. "You and Dad have money. You have your retirement savings. If you think she needs plastic surgery so badly, you pay for it." "That's our retirement," she snapped, the pretense dropping instantly. "We're not spending our retirement on this. You're young, you'll make more money, you can spare 5,000. "No," I said simply. And we're not having this conversation again. I walked away from her and rejoined my husband, who was talking to one of my uncles about sports. My mother followed me out of the kitchen, and I could see my father and sister huddled in the corner, watching us. My mother said something to them, and my father's expression darkened. I knew that look. That was the look he got when he'd made up his mind about something, and nothing was going to change it. My husband noticed my tension and put his hand on my lower back. A silent question. I shook my head slightly. Not yet. The party continued around us. Kids were running through the house, someone had put on music, and the birthday cousin was opening gifts in the living room. It should have been pleasant. It should have been normal. But I could feel my parents' eyes on me, could sense the storm building. My sister kept glancing over at me with this expression I couldn't quite read. Part resentment, part desperation, part something else I didn't want to name. My aunt, the one who would later tell me about the inheritance incident, came over and squeezed my arm. "You doing okay, honey?" she asked quietly. "Define okay," I said with a weak smile. She glanced over at my parents, and her expression tightened. "Your mother's been working herself up about something all day. She called me this morning asking if I thought you'd be here." "Of course I'd be here," I said. "Why wouldn't I be?" My aunt just shook her head. "Be careful, Vanessa. When your mother gets like this, she doesn't think straight." About an hour into the party, my father stood up and clinked his glass like he was about to make a toast. Everyone quieted down, expecting some nice speech about the birthday cousin. Instead, he looked directly at me and said, "I'd like to take a moment to talk about family loyalty and what it means to help each other in times of need." The room went still. My husband's hand tightened on mine. My birthday cousin looked confused, clearly not expecting this to be about anything other than his special day. Oh, he was going there. He was actually going there. In front of 40 family members, he was going to try to shame me into compliance. My husband squeezed my hand, but I shook my head. I was done playing defense. "Actually, Dad," I said, standing up, "let's talk about that. Let's talk about family loyalty." I pulled out my phone and connected it to the Bluetooth speaker someone had set up for music. My cousin looked confused but didn't stop me. I pulled up the recording and hit play. The entire party listened in dead silence as my parents' voices filled the room asking me to donate my wedding gift money to my sister's plastic surgery fund. My father's voice saying, "Your sister needs it more than you do." My mother's voice saying, "You just married into money." My sister's bitter voice saying, "You have everything. What do I have? Nothing." The recording played for 3 full minutes. 3 minutes of my parents explaining why I should give away $15,000, then negotiating down to $5,000, then my mother calling me selfish and cruel. You could hear the clink of forks on plates, the tension in everyone's voices, my calm questions and their increasingly hostile answers. When it finished, the silence was deafening. My youngest cousin, who was only 7, whispered loudly, "Did Grandma and Grandpa really say that?" One of my uncles let out a low whistle. Another shook his head slowly, looking between my parents and me with an expression of complete disbelief. You could have heard a pin drop. When it finished, I looked around at all the shocked faces. "So that's what family loyalty looks like to some people," I said. "My parents think I should give them $15,000 in wedding gifts, gifts that many of you gave to me and my husband, so my sister can get cosmetic procedures after she destroyed her own marriage by cheating on her husband with her married boss for 2 years. They think I should do this because I married someone with a stable job, so apparently I don't need money, while my sister needs to look good for her next relationship." My mother had gone completely white. Her hands were shaking. She looked around the room at all the family members staring at her. And I saw something in her face that I'd never seen before. Shame. Actual shame. My sister was openly sobbing, her face buried in her hands. One of my cousins had moved slightly away from her, creating physical distance. My father looked like he wanted to physically attack me. His face was red, a vein throbbing in his temple, his fists clenched at his sides. But my uncle, the one who'd been talking to my husband about sports, stepped between us. He's a big guy, played football in college, and even at 55 he's not someone you want to mess with. Is this true? My aunt asked, staring at my parents. Her voice was sharp, cutting through the tension. Did you really ask her for this? This is a private family matter, my father said tightly, his voice shaking with barely controlled rage. Vanessa had no right to air this publicly. Private. I laughed and it came out harsh and bitter. You were about to give a public speech about family loyalty. You were about to shame me in front of everyone here. So yes, I aired it publicly. You want to talk about loyalty? Where was your loyalty to me when you invited me to dinner just to demand my wedding money? Where was your loyalty when you couldn't even be happy for me on my wedding day because you were too busy thinking about how to get money out of me? Vanessa, please, my sister cried. You're making everything worse. I'm making everything worse? I laughed. You had an affair. You destroyed your own marriage. You lost your job because you were sleeping with your boss. These are consequences of your own actions, and now you want me to pay for plastic surgery so you can feel better about yourself. No, absolutely not. Several of my cousins were nodding. One of my aunts had her hand over her mouth looking horrified. The birthday cousin just looked extremely uncomfortable that his party had turned into this. My parents grabbed my sister and stormed out of the house. My sister was wailing about how I'd ruined everything, how I was cruel and heartless. The door slammed behind them, and the party was left in this awkward, stunned silence. Then my uncle started laughing. Well, he said, that was something. The tension broke and suddenly people were coming up to me telling me I'd done the right thing, asking if my parents had really asked for the money. My husband looked both proud and slightly concerned, probably worried about the fallout. But I felt lighter than I had in weeks. I said what needed to be said. Later that night, my mother sent me a text message. It was long and rambling, full of accusations about how I'd humiliated them in front of the family, how I'd betrayed their trust by recording a private conversation, how I was tearing the family apart. She said my sister was devastated and it was all my fault. I screenshot the text and posted it on social media with the caption, "When your parents are more upset about being exposed than about what they did in the first place." I didn't tag them or mention them by name, but the family group chat lit up within minutes. More people reached out privately to tell me they'd suspected my parents of favoritism for years, but never had proof. The next morning, my aunt called me. Not just any aunt, but my father's older sister, the family matriarch who everyone respects. She asked if she could come over for coffee, and I said yes, curious about what she wanted. She arrived at 10 o'clock in the morning with pastries and a serious expression. We sat at my kitchen table, the one my husband and I were planning to replace with the wedding money, and she folded her hands in front of her. "I need to tell you something," she said. "And I should have told you years ago, but I was trying to keep the peace. That was wrong of me." I waited. "This isn't the first time your parents have tried to redistribute family money to your sister," she said quietly. "When your grandmother died 5 years ago, she left each grandchild $5,000. Do you remember?" I nodded. "I'd used mine as part of my house down payment. Your cousin Jake also got $5,000, she continued. "Your parents approached him privately and asked him to lend his inheritance to your sister. She needed it for the down payment on a house, they said. It was urgent. They promised she'd pay him back within a year." I felt my stomach drop. "What happened?" "Jake said no. He just started his business, he needed that money, and frankly, he didn't trust that your sister would actually pay him back. And he was right not to trust that. Your parents were furious. There was a huge fight at that year's Christmas dinner. Your mother said Jake was selfish. Your father said he was ungrateful for all the times they'd helped him when he was younger. They brought up every favor they'd ever done for him. Every time they'd babysat his kids or helped him move or lent him their car. They kept a score sheet in their heads of everything they'd ever done for anyone, and they called it in all at once." My aunt's voice was bitter, and I realized she'd been carrying this for years. The family took sides. It was ugly, Vanessa, really ugly. Some people thought Jake should help family, that blood is thicker than water and all that nonsense. Others thought your parents were completely out of line. There were shouting matches, people stopped talking to each other. That Christmas dinner ended with half the family leaving early and your mother crying in the bathroom. "I don't remember any of this," I said, my mind racing through that year trying to find the gaps. You were living across the country for that job, my aunt said. You just started dating your husband. You came home for Christmas that year, but you flew in late on Christmas Eve and left the day after. You missed the dinner where everything exploded. Your parents made sure you didn't hear about it because they knew you'd ask questions. They told you that Jake couldn't make it because his kids were sick. They covered it up. She took a sip of her coffee, her hands wrapped around the mug like she was trying to warm herself despite the summer heat outside. Jake and your parents didn't speak for over a year. Your mother would leave rooms when he entered. Your father refused to go to family events if Jake was invited. It split the family down the middle. Eventually, people got tired of the drama and forced a reconciliation, but it was superficial. They've been civil since then, but the relationship never really recovered. Jake told me privately that he'll never forgive them for trying to manipulate him like that, for weaponizing family connection to get money. How much of this happened with other people? I asked quietly. My aunt looked uncomfortable. I don't have proof of other incidents, but I've heard whispers. Your cousin Marie said your parents asked her to let your sister move in with her rent-free for 6 months. Your Uncle Tom mentioned they tried to get him to hire your sister at his company even though she had no relevant experience. Nothing as blatant as asking for money, but always pushing, always trying to get people to sacrifice something for your sister's benefit. I sat back in my chair, processing this. So, they've been doing this for years, trying to funnel money to my sister. Your sister has always been their favorite, my aunt said. I think you've known that on some level, but maybe not how deep it goes. They've always bailed her out, always made excuses for her, always expected the rest of the family to do the same. When she had the affair, your mother told me it wasn't really cheating because her husband didn't pay enough attention to her. When she lost her job, your father blamed her boss for not being professional enough to stop the relationship. They never hold her accountable for anything, I said. No, my aunt agreed. And they've created an adult child who can't function independently, but that's not your problem to fix. You were right to expose them. Someone needed to, and I'm ashamed it wasn't me. She left an hour later, and I felt validated but also deeply sad. My entire childhood suddenly made more sense. The way my achievements were downplayed while my sisters were celebrated. The way my problems were dismissed while hers required family intervention. The way I learned to be independent because I had to be, while my sister learned she'd always be rescued. That evening, my husband and I sat on the couch and talked about whether we should reach out to my parents or just let things cool down. We decided on cooling down. We weren't going to chase reconciliation with people who thought we owed them money for existing. What we didn't know was that the situation was about to get much, much worse for my sister. The family drama had spread beyond just our family. Some people at her old company heard about the affair through their own family connections to ours, and apparently there was an investigation. Her boss had been promoted recently, and there were questions about whether the affair had influenced any decisions. The company didn't find anything concrete, but they did decide they didn't want the drama, and they let my sister go from a contract position she'd started at a different branch. She blamed me, of course, sent me a long email about how I destroyed her reputation, how I'd made it impossible for her to find work, how I'd ruined her life out of spite. She didn't mention the affair. She didn't mention the choices she'd made. It was all about what I'd done to her by refusing to be quiet and compliant. I didn't respond to the email. What was there to say? She'd created her own mess, and now she was drowning in it. My parents tried one more approach about 3 weeks after the birthday party disaster. They suggested a video call, all 4 of us, to clear the air and move forward as a family. My husband advised against it, but I was curious about what they'd say, so I agreed. The video call was exactly as painful as expected. My parents immediately launched into how hurt they were, how embarrassed they'd been, how I'd gone too far by recording them and playing it publicly. They wanted an apology. An apology for what? I asked. For not giving you my wedding money? For humiliating us, my mother said. For making us look bad in front of the entire family. You made yourselves look bad, I said. I just provided evidence. This is getting us nowhere, my father said. Your sister wants to say something. The camera shifted to show my sister, red-eyed and miserable-looking. She took a breath and said, "I never asked you for the money directly. I just told Mom and Dad I was feeling insecure about dating again, and they took it upon themselves to ask you." This got blown out of proportion. I stared at the screen. "So, you're saying you had no idea they were going to ask me for $15,000 for your plastic surgery?" "I didn't ask for $15,000, she said. "I just said I wished I could afford some procedures to feel better about myself. They decided to approach you. I can't control what they do." "But you were there at the dinner," I pointed out. "You were sitting right there when they asked me. You didn't say, 'No, I never asked for this.' Don't put this on Vanessa. You sat there crying about how you'd lost everything and I had everything." She looked away. I was emotional. I wasn't thinking clearly. "This is ridiculous," I said. "You all coordinated this. You all agreed I should give you the money, and now you're trying to rewrite history because it didn't work." "Language," my father said sharply. "I'm hanging up now," I said. "We're not doing this. You want an apology? You owe me one. You owe me about 32 years of apologies for all the ways you favored my sister and made me feel like I didn't matter unless I was useful to her. But I'm not holding my breath." I ended the call. My husband hugged me while I cried angry tears, frustrated that I'd let them get to me again, frustrated that I'd hoped for anything different. The following months were quieter, but the tension never fully disappeared. My parents and I maintained a cold distance. We'd see each other at mandatory family events and be polite, but there was no real relationship there anymore. My sister stopped contacting me entirely, which was honestly a relief. My husband and I went ahead with our kitchen renovation. We hired a contractor, picked out new cabinets and countertops, and spent about $12,000 of the wedding money on creating the kitchen I'd always wanted. Every time I cooked in that space, I felt satisfaction knowing I'd used that money for us, not for my sister's questionable life choices. I went back to teaching full-time after the summer break. My students were a welcome distraction from family drama. Third graders don't care about your complicated family dynamics. They just want to learn about dinosaurs and complain about homework. It was refreshingly simple. Meanwhile, my sister apparently decided she needed an emotional support animal. She'd moved out of my parents' house finally into a small one-bedroom apartment across town, and she thought a dog would help with her loneliness and depression. The problem was she didn't do any research. She didn't think about her lifestyle, her work schedule, or the cost involved. She saw a breeder online selling designer puppies for $3,000 and bought one impulsively. The dog was some kind of poodle mix, high energy, required constant attention, and she had zero experience with dogs. Within 2 weeks, her apartment was destroyed. The puppy chewed through furniture, had accidents everywhere because my sister wasn't home enough to properly house train it, and barked constantly, leading to noise complaints from neighbors. My mother called me about it, which was surprising since we'd barely spoken in months. "Your sister is overwhelmed with the dog," she said. "She's really struggling." "Okay," I said, waiting for the request. "We were thinking you and your husband might be willing to take the dog. You have a house with a yard." I laughed. I actually laughed out loud. "Mom, no. Absolutely not. She bought the dog. She can deal with the dog." "She made a mistake," my mother said. "She's trying to rehome it responsibly. Then she can take it to a shelter or contact a rescue organization," I said. "But she's not giving it to me. I don't want a dog right now, and even if I did, I wouldn't take one from her." "You're so cruel," my mother said sadly. "I don't know when you became so heartless." "I became realistic," I said. "There's a difference." She hung up on me. 2 days later, I heard from my aunt again. Apparently, my sister had solved her dog problem by just dropping it off at my parents' house while they were at work. She used her old key, left the puppy in their living room with some food and water, and left a note saying she'd be back to pick it up in a few days. She just needed a break. The dog destroyed their house. And I mean destroyed. My parents had spent 30 years collecting things. Decorative plates from every country they'd visited, displayed on special shelves in the dining room. Crystal glassware inherited from my father's mother, kept in an antique cabinet with glass doors. A collection of first edition books in my father's study. Furniture they'd saved for years to buy, including a cream-colored sectional sofa that had cost them $3,000. The puppy, left alone and anxious for 8 hours, went on an absolute rampage that would have been almost impressive if it wasn't so devastating. The decorative plates were the first casualties. The dog had somehow knocked over one of the display shelves, sending 40 plates crashing to the ground. Some were just chipped, but most were completely shattered. My mother's favorite, a hand-painted plate from their trip to Portugal for their 25th anniversary, was in pieces so small they couldn't even be glued back together. The crystal cabinet was next. The puppy had jumped at the glass doors repeatedly, either trying to get to something inside or just panicking, and eventually the glass shattered. Then the dog walked through the broken glass and into the cabinet, knocking over wine glasses and champagne flutes and decanters. The whole area was a minefield of broken glass and crystal shards mixed with dog hair and paw prints. In my father's study, the puppy had discovered the joy of paper. Important documents, family photos, first edition books, tax records. Everything was either chewed, shredded, or scattered across the room. My father had a complete collection of classic science fiction novels, some of them signed by the authors, and the dog had used them as chew toys. The leather bindings were torn, pages ripped out, covers destroyed. The cream sofa was perhaps the worst. The puppy had not only chewed through 2 of the cushions, leaving foam everywhere like it had snowed indoors, but had also had multiple accidents on it. The smell was apparently unbearable, and the damage was so extensive that the furniture company said it couldn't be repaired or even professionally cleaned. It was a total loss. The kitchen was a disaster zone of a different kind. The puppy had somehow opened the pantry door and dragged out everything within reach. Bags of flour were torn open and spread across the floor. Boxes of pasta were scattered everywhere. A bottle of olive oil had been knocked over and shattered, leaving a slick, greasy mess. The dog had eaten some chocolate chips and had gotten sick, adding vomit to the already apocalyptic scene. Food from the pantry was dragged everywhere, mixed with dog hair and paw prints tracked through the various disasters. There were muddy paw prints on the walls, on the furniture, on the curtains. It looked like a tornado had hit the house, except the tornado was a 15-pound puppy with separation anxiety and zero training. My parents arrived home from work at 6 o'clock in the evening, tired and looking forward to a quiet night. My father unlocked the door, stepped inside, and literally froze. My mother, right behind him, let out a sound my aunt later described as something between a scream and a wail. They stood in the doorway for a full minute, just staring at the destruction, unable to process what they were seeing. The puppy, hearing them come home, came running and jumping, happy to see them, completely oblivious to the chaos it had created. My father looked at the dog, looked at the house, and his face went through about 6 different emotions before settling on pure rage. My mother was already on the phone calling my sister, her hands shaking so badly she could barely dial. When my sister answered, my mother didn't even say hello. She just said, "Get over here right now and explain what you've done to our house." Furious didn't even begin to cover how my parents felt. They called my sister, told her to come get the dog immediately, and when she showed up 2 hours later strolling in like she had all the time in the world, she was completely unapologetic. She looked around at the destruction, shrugged and said, "I guess he had some anxiety. You should have taken him for a walk or something." "You broke into our house," my father said, according to my aunt who heard all this secondhand from a neighbor. "I didn't break in. I used my key," my sister said. "Your old key, which you were supposed to return when you moved out," my mother said. They demanded she pay for the damages. My sister refused, saying it was an accident and they should just file an insurance claim. My parents said if she didn't pay, they'd file a police report for the break-in and destruction of property. This is where things got truly insane. My parents ended up giving the dog to a coworker of my father's who had experience with high-energy breeds. They didn't tell my sister, just rehomed the dog and told her after the fact. My sister completely lost it. She threatened to sue them for theft, said the dog was her property, said they had no right. My father told her if she wanted to pursue legal action, He'd counter with charges for breaking and entering and destruction of property. He had photos of everything, and the neighbor had seen her car in the driveway during the day when she dropped off the dog. They were at a complete stalemate. My sister couldn't afford a lawyer, my parents were done bailing her out, and the dog was gone to a better situation. My aunt called me to fill me in on all of this, and I just sat there on my renovated kitchen counter listening to the absolute circus my family had become, and felt nothing but relief that I wasn't involved. "Are you okay?" my aunt asked. "I'm fine," I said honestly. "I'm actually really fine. Is that terrible?" "No," she said. "It's healthy. You removed yourself from a toxic situation. That's the right thing to do." But my sister wasn't done. She couldn't accept that her parents had actually stood up to her for once in her life. She'd grown up being bailed out, excused, and supported no matter what she did, and suddenly there were consequences. She couldn't handle it. She tracked down the coworker who'd adopted the dog. She found his address through some online stalking, drove to his house, and when she saw the dog in the backyard, she literally went into the yard and took it. Just opened the gate and walked out with the dog while the family was inside having dinner. They had security cameras, they called the police. The whole thing was caught on video. My sister was charged with theft and trespassing. The dog, who had been with this new family for 3 weeks and was clearly happy and well-adjusted, showed no excitement at seeing my sister. That detail killed me when I heard it. The dog didn't even care. She had to go to court, got fined $500, and was ordered to pay restitution to the family for emotional distress and legal fees, another $700. The judge also ruled that the dog would remain with the new family since my sister had demonstrated she couldn't care for it properly and had committed a crime to retrieve it. My sister tried to fight it, tried to argue that she'd only asked my parents to watch the dog temporarily, but she couldn't prove that. My parents had photos of the destruction, documentation of the costs, and her own note that said, "Back in a few days," which the judge said indicated abandonment. She lost everything. The case, the money she didn't have, the dog, and whatever remaining respect anyone had for her judgment. My parents were horrified, not at my sister, but at the situation and how it reflected on them. My father's coworker quit shortly after, not wanting to work with someone whose daughter had stolen from him. My father faced workplace gossip and awkwardness for months. You'd think this would be the wake-up call my parents needed to see that they'd enabled my sister into complete dysfunction. But no. They blamed the coworker for pressing charges. They blamed the judge for being harsh. They blamed me, somehow, for starting all this by not giving my sister the money in the first place, which they claimed had sent her into a spiral. My aunt told me they tried to say in a family group text that if I just helped my sister when they'd asked, none of this would have happened. She'd have had money for therapy and better life choices. Several family members shut that down immediately. My cousin Jake, the one who'd refused to loan his inheritance years ago, sent a message that said, "Or maybe if you taught her accountability 30 years ago, she'd be a functional adult now." My uncle added, "Vanessa isn't responsible for her sister's choices. Stop trying to make her the villain in a story where your daughter committed actual crimes." My parents left the group chat. 1 year after my wedding, my life had never been better. The kitchen renovation was complete and I loved cooking in that space. My husband and I had started talking seriously about having kids. My career was going well. I'd gotten a small promotion at the school. Everything felt stable and peaceful. The family grapevine, through my aunt, kept me informed of my sister's situation. She'd been kicked out by my parents after the dog disaster. Apparently the final straw was when she'd complained about having to pay the court fines and suggested my parents should cover them since they'd created the situation by rehoming the dog. My father, for the first time in my memory, told her no. Told her she was an adult and needed to face consequences for her own actions. Told her she couldn't live with them anymore if she wasn't going to take responsibility for herself. She'd moved in with a friend, then wore out her welcome there within 2 months. She'd asked several family members if she could stay with them. Everyone said no. My cousin told her she should have thought about burning bridges before she lit so many fires. The last I heard, she was living in a studio apartment, working retail and barely making rent. My parents had apparently started going to therapy, finally recognizing that their parenting approach with her had been destructive. Too little, too late in my opinion, but at least it was something. Then, after months of silence, my father called. I almost didn't answer. My husband raised his eyebrows when he saw the caller ID. I took a breath and picked up. "Vanessa," my father said. His voice sounded older, tired. "I'm calling to tell you that your mother and I have been in therapy, and we've come to understand some things about how we treated you and your sister differently." I waited. "We were wrong," he continued. "We enabled your sister and took you for granted. We assumed you'd always be fine because you were independent, and we didn't see how that independence came from you not being able to rely on us. We're sorry." It was the apology I'd wanted for over a year, maybe for my entire life. And sitting there in my beautiful kitchen in the home I'd built with my husband, I realized something. I didn't need it anymore. "Thank you for saying that," I said. "I appreciate it. We'd like to rebuild our relationship with you," he said. "If you're willing to try." "I'll think about it," I said. "But I need you to understand something. I'm happy now. I have a life that works for me. If we're going to have a relationship, it has to be healthy and equal. I'm not going to be the person you call when you need something. I'm not going to be expected to fix things or smooth things over or put myself last. If you can accept that, then maybe we can talk." "That's fair," he said quietly. We talked for a few more minutes. He told me about therapy, about realizing how much damage they'd done to both of their daughters, just in different ways. He said my mother wanted to call too, but was afraid I wouldn't answer. "I need time," I told him. "This doesn't get fixed with one conversation." "I know," he said. After we hung up, my husband asked how I felt. "Honestly," I said, "I don't know. Part of me wants to believe they've changed. Part of me thinks this is just another manipulation, but mostly I just feel okay with not knowing. I don't need them to be different for me to be happy." We decided to use the last of the wedding money to start preparing for a baby. We converted the spare room into a nursery, bought paint and furniture, started planning for the future we wanted. We were building something new, something that was entirely ours. My mother did call eventually. She left a voicemail that was tearful and apologetic, asking if we could have coffee sometime. I listened to it twice, then saved it and didn't respond immediately. Not out of cruelty, but because I wanted to make sure I was responding from a healthy place and not from that old desperate need for parental approval. My aunt hosted a family dinner 2 months after my father's call. She asked if I'd come, said it would be small, just close family, and my parents would be there but would understand if I didn't want to talk to them. I went. My husband came with me, which made it easier. My parents were subdued, polite. They didn't corner me or make demands. They asked about the house, about my work, about normal things. It was superficial but not hostile. My sister wasn't there, which everyone seemed relieved about. At one point, my mother approached me in the kitchen. "Your father told you we've been in therapy," she said. "He did," I said. "I want you to know that I'm working on understanding why I favored your sister," she said. "My therapist says it's because I saw myself in her struggles and saw your father in your competence, and I overcorrected for my own insecurities. That's not an excuse, just an explanation." "Okay," I said. "I don't expect forgiveness," she said, "but I hope eventually we can have some kind of relationship. I'd like to know my future grandchildren." That last part got me because yes, I was pregnant. Only 6 weeks along. Hadn't told anyone yet except my husband and my doctor. But the idea of my mother knowing my children made me deeply uncomfortable. "Maybe," I said. "We'll see." She nodded and walked away. Driving home that night, my husband asked what I was thinking. "I'm thinking that I'm glad I stood my ground," I said. "I'm glad I didn't give them the money. I'm glad I exposed the favoritism. Because if I hadn't, I'd still be in that cycle, still trying to earn love from people who were never going to give it freely." "And now?" he asked. "Now I'm free," I said. "They can change or not change. They can be part of my life or not. But my happiness doesn't depend on them anymore." 3 months later, I was showing and we announced the pregnancy to the family. My parents sent a card and a small gift, nothing extravagant, with a note that said they were happy for us. I sent a thank you text. It was civil, appropriate, distant. My sister sent nothing, which was expected. I heard through family that she'd finally gotten a better job, was seeing a therapist, and was slowly getting her life together. I was genuinely glad for her, but I had no desire to be part of that process. The last significant interaction came when my sister apparently told my parents she wanted to apologize to me. My father called and asked if I'd be willing to meet with her, maybe with them present as mediators. I thought about it for a full week, talked it through with my husband, with my therapist, with my aunt. And finally, I decided no. I don't need her apology, I told my father on the phone. Maybe she needs to give it for her own healing, and that's fine. But I don't need to receive it. I've moved on. I'm not angry at her anymore. I'm just indifferent. And honestly, that's the healthiest place I've ever been regarding her. I understand, my father said. He sounded disappointed but not angry. If she wants to apologize, she can write a letter, I said. But I'm not meeting with her. I'm not putting myself in a position where I have to manage her emotions or reassure her that she's forgiven. She made her choices, I made mine, and we're both living with the results. That's fair, he said. I never got a letter. Either she didn't write one or my parents convinced her not to send it. I didn't ask. My daughter was born on a sunny Tuesday in April. We named her something entirely new, not after any family member, not carrying the weight of family history or expectations. She was perfect, healthy, and when I held her for the first time, I felt this overwhelming sense of protection wash over me. I looked at my husband, tears streaming down my face, and said, "She's never going to wonder if we love her. She's never going to question if she's good enough. She's never going to feel like she has to earn our approval or compete for our attention." "Never," he agreed, his own eyes wet as he looked at our daughter. And I meant it. I thought about my own childhood, about the constant comparison to my sister, about feeling invisible when I succeeded because my success was expected, about feeling inadequate when I struggled because I was supposed to be the capable one. I thought about my sister, raised to believe that other people would always fix her problems, never learning to stand on her own. Both of us damaged in different ways by parents who couldn't see past their own issues. I made a promise to my daughter in that moment. She would grow up knowing unconditional love. She would grow up understanding that actions have consequences, but also that mistakes don't define her worth. She would grow up with parents who celebrated her achievements without using them as currency, who supported her through failures without enabling destructive behavior. She would grow up whole in a way neither my sister nor I had been allowed to be. My parents asked if they could visit in the hospital. I said no, not yet. Maybe in a few weeks, once we were settled at home. My mother sounded hurt on the phone, and part of me felt guilty for that hurt. That old programming, that voice that said I was being cruel, that said family should forgive and forget and move on. But a stronger, healthier voice reminded me that protecting my daughter's peace was more important than managing my mother's feelings. They accepted it, which surprised me. No guilt trips, no manipulation, just a quiet, "Okay, we understand." Maybe therapy was actually working. Maybe they were actually changing. Or maybe they just learned that the old tactics didn't work on me anymore. When they finally did meet their granddaughter, 3 weeks after she was born, they were appropriate. They brought a thoughtful gift, a handmade quilt from a local artist. They stayed for exactly 30 minutes, held the baby gently, spoke quietly, asked permission before taking photos. My mother cried a little, but she didn't make it dramatic or demanding. She just said, "She's beautiful, Vanessa. You're going to be a wonderful mother." And then they left without drama, without trying to extend the visit, without pushing for more. It was strange seeing them be careful around me, treating me like someone they had to earn trust from rather than someone who owed them compliance. My father, who had always been so domineering, asked if he could hold the baby instead of just taking her from my arms. My mother, who had always had opinions about everything, complimented the nursery without suggesting a single change. They were on their best behavior. And while part of me was glad, another part was sad that it had taken this much damage, this much pain to get here. As I'm writing this, my daughter is 6 months old. My parents have seen her 4 times. Always at our house, always with my husband present, always brief visits. We're rebuilding something, but it's not what we had before. It's more honest, but more distant. They're grandparents, not parents. They're people I know, not people I depend on. My sister and I haven't spoken since before my wedding. I blocked her number after she sent that long email blaming me for her job loss. I've seen her exactly once, at a family funeral 3 months ago, and we nodded at each other from across the room and said nothing. People sometimes ask if I regret exposing the situation, if I wish I'd handled it more privately. The answer is no. Playing that recording at the birthday party was the moment I stopped letting my family gaslight me into thinking their dysfunction was normal. It was the moment I chose myself. I'm not a perfect person. I'm not the hero of this story. I'm just someone who got tired of being treated like an emotional and financial ATM by people who were supposed to love me unconditionally. I'm someone who decided that peace was more important than keeping the peace. The money from our wedding, we used it exactly how we wanted to. Kitchen renovation, baby furniture, the beginning of our family's life. Every time I cook dinner in that kitchen or put my daughter to bed in the nursery we created, I know we made the right choice. My sister needed to hit bottom before she could start rebuilding. My parents needed to see the consequences of their favoritism. I needed to learn that loving people doesn't mean sacrificing yourself for them. And here's what I know now. Sitting in my living room with my daughter sleeping in my arms and my husband reading beside me, I am enough. I always was. The people who made me feel like I wasn't were the ones with the problem, not me. I don't know what the future holds for my relationship with my parents or my sister. Maybe we'll find our way to something healthier. Maybe we won't. But either way, I'm okay. I have the family I built with my husband. I have friends who show up for me. I have a life that feels like mine. And that's exactly what I wanted on my wedding day, a year and a half ago, when I was still naive enough to think the hardest part was behind me. It turned out the hardest part was choosing myself over the comfortable misery of family dysfunction. But I did it, and I'd do it again. The $15,000 my parents wanted for my sister's plastic surgery is gone now, spent on things that actually mattered. A kitchen where we make memories, a nursery where our daughter sleeps safely, a life that belongs to us. That money was a gift, and we honored it by using it to build our happiness, not to subsidize someone else's refusal to grow up. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd given them the money. Would my sister have gotten her plastic surgery and found a new boyfriend and lived happily ever after? Would my parents have been satisfied and left me alone? I doubt it. There would have been another crisis, another emergency, another reason I needed to help. The cycle only broke because I broke it. My aunt told me last week that my parents have been attending therapy regularly for almost a year now. They're working through their issues, understanding patterns from their own childhoods that led them to favor my sister. My mother apparently came from a family where love was conditional, and she never wanted that for her kids. So, she overcompensated by accepting everything my sister did. My father grew up being told he wasn't good enough, so he dismissed my achievements because they came easily to me. And he didn't understand struggle could look different. It's all very psychological and probably true, but it doesn't change the past. It doesn't undo the years of feeling invisible, the wedding day that should have been purely happy, but was overshadowed by their disappointment that the money wasn't available for my sister, the dinner where they casually asked for $15,000 like it was nothing. Healing is possible, but some damage is permanent. We're all living in the aftermath of choices that were made long before that dinner, that recording, that birthday party confrontation. We're all dealing with the consequences. The difference is, I'm dealing with them on my terms now. My husband just looked over my shoulder to see what I was writing, and he laughed. "You're really documenting all of this?" "Someone should," I said. "Maybe our daughter will read it one day and understand why we kept her grandparents at a distance. Maybe she'll understand that sometimes loving people means setting boundaries, even when those people are family." "She'll understand," he said, "because we'll teach her that family isn't just blood. Family is the people who show up for you, who celebrate your successes, who don't ask you to set yourself on fire to keep them warm." He's right. That's the lesson in all of this. That's what I learned over $15,000 and one absolutely insane year of family drama. You don't owe anyone your happiness. You don't owe anyone your peace. You don't owe anyone your money, your time, or your emotional labor just because you share DNA. You owe yourself the life you want to live. I built that life. And no one, not my parents, not my sister, not anyone, is going to make me feel guilty for it anymore. Now on to the next story. Story 5. On my daughter's birthday, my parents gave her an empty envelope with the words, "It's empty because we don't care about you. We wish you not to be a loser like your dad." My daughter burst into tears while my parents laughed and whispered, "They're hardly family anymore." I smiled and kicked them out. I make a plan. 2 weeks later, my WhatsApp was full of messages saying, "We need you. Please help." Ava had been talking about her birthday for weeks. She wanted a backyard party with cupcakes, her favorite pink tablecloth, and her best friends from school. My wife and I did everything we could to make it perfect. She helped Ava decorate the cupcakes, even though it took twice as long with her in the chair. I grilled burgers. We put up lights the night before. For once, things felt easy. I didn't want my parents there. My wife didn't either, but Ava still thought they cared. She said, "They're still my grandma and grandpa," and smiled like that was enough. So we let them come. They showed up in the middle of the party. No hello, no gift bag, no smile. My mom walked right over to Ava and handed her a plain white envelope. I caught her grinning before she even let go of it. Ava opened it. I watched her face change. She didn't say anything, just slowly handed it to me. It was one sentence typed in the middle of the page like it was supposed to be a punchline. "It's blank because we don't care about you, and we don't want you to become a failure like your father." I read it twice. My wife was already holding Ava, who was trying not to cry in front of her friends. I looked over at my parents. My dad was smiling. My mom leaned over and whispered something to him. Then they both laughed. Before I could speak, my dad muttered just loud enough, "They're not family anymore." I didn't say anything. I just walked to the door and held it open. They walked out as if they hadn't just humiliated an 11-year-old girl at her birthday party. That night, after everyone had left and Ava was asleep, I sat in the dark with my phone in one hand and a beer in the other. Not angry, not even hurt, just done. For years, they treated me like trash. Ignored me when my wife lost her mobility. Didn't help with anything. Medical bills, home improvements, nothing. I practically begged for help once and my dad just said, "You should have made better choices." That was the last time I asked for anything. Until that envelope, I thought maybe it was just me they hated. But now they'd gone after my daughter. This was something else entirely. So I made a plan. I knew things about them, things I'd never said out loud, about their finances, about their property. My mother's obsession with keeping the family land untouched and in worthy hands. About how they'd hidden assets during the transfer of my grandfather's estate. About my father's shady business dealings. Things I'd overheard when I was younger and pretended to forget. I also knew what they feared most, losing control. They didn't know I still had access to the second storage unit in my father's name, the one he forgot I helped him register. They didn't know I kept copies of certain documents from my grandfather's will. They didn't know that I'd been quietly talking to an estate lawyer for the past year. Ever since my mom let it slip that they were planning to redirect the inheritance. I decided not to confront them. Not directly. That would be too easy. Instead, I was going to make them need me. I leaked a rumor through a friend, someone who still did accounting work for local families. Just a few words. That I had the original documents, that my parents might have violated probate law when they took the land, and that a legal challenge could change everything. I sat back and waited. Exactly 2 weeks later, the messages began. First from my mother, then my father, then cousins, then people I hadn't heard from in years. Each message was the same. "We need you. Please help us." I just smiled. Step 1 had worked. Now it was time for step 2. On the third day of ignored messages, they started calling. I didn't answer. Not my mom. Not my dad. Not the cousin who used to call me crippled husband. When he thought I couldn't hear, I watched the calls come in like clockwork. Morning, afternoon, evening. I could almost smell the desperation. Then a letter arrived, certified from a law firm I didn't recognize. I opened it in the kitchen, half expecting it to be some kind of candid bluff. Instead, it was a formal request for a meeting from their lawyer, not mine. The wording was careful, but the panic showed through. They were open to resolving any potential misunderstandings regarding the estate and eager to maintain family unity. Family unity from people who humiliated my child in front of her friends. I didn't respond to the letter either. Instead, I sent a single email to the estate lawyer I'd consulted. A woman named Dana. She knew everything. I forwarded the letter to her and told her it was time. Dana filed a quiet petition with the county court to open an investigation into my grandfather's estate. We included copies of the original documents I'd kept, including one that proved my mother's signature had been forged to avoid dividing the land with her sister, my Aunt Karen, who I hadn't spoken to in 20 years. She didn't know that I had been visiting Karen for months. To make matters worse, my parents had gone around bragging that they owned the land outright. They had even built a small guest house on one of the lots claiming full rights. This guest house wasn't even legally zoned. So, when a county inspector showed up unannounced with a clipboard and a camera, things got interesting. By then, they were begging. I finally took one call, just one. It was my dad. He didn't yell. He didn't threaten. He sounded exhausted. He said he didn't know how things got to this point, that families shouldn't turn on each other. He even asked if we could meet just to talk. He said, face to face. So I agreed. We met at a diner on Route 73, a place we used to go when I was a kid. I chose the booth by the window. He showed up with a different kind of face than usual. No smugness, just a man who realized his world was slipping away. We talked for 20 minutes and then he told me something I hadn't expected. They weren't trying to keep the land for themselves. They were trying to sell it. My stomach dropped. He said they'd already found a buyer, an out-of-state development group. They were going to make close to 7 figures on the sale. The deal had been in the works for months, but the buyer got cold feet when the inquiry from Dana's office came up. Now everything was on hold. He said they needed me to withdraw the application. We'll make it worth your time. I asked what he meant. He pushed an envelope across the table. I didn't open it. I left it on the table and walked out because they didn't know that Karen, my aunt, the one they'd completely cut out, had already signed an affidavit agreeing to reopen the probate case if I filed. And she'd given me something even better, a handwritten note from my grandfather. It said, if anything happens to me, Brian knows where the real Will is. He's the only one I trust. They thought they buried it, but I knew exactly where to dig. They needed me and I was just getting started. I waited until Friday to make my move. Timing was important. I knew they had a meeting with the developers that morning, the same ones who were offering almost $1 million for the land. So, while they were putting on their suits and preparing their fake smiles, I was printing out 30 pages of documents at a 24-hour FedEx. Not just the estate petition, not just the zoning violation photos. I had something better. You see, my father made the mistake of trusting the wrong people over the years. I knew a guy who worked for one of the antique dealers Dad used to do business with. Let's call him Mitch. Mitch had told me years ago that my dad didn't just sell old clocks and chairs. Some of the restored pieces were never declared. Thousands of dollars in under-the-table deals, no taxes, no records. I called Mitch and said, remember those copies of the books you told me you kept? I'll give you 10 grand for them. He emailed them to me for free. That Friday morning, while my parents were at the meeting, each member of the development group received an anonymous envelope on their desk. Inside, proof that the land they were trying to buy was in dispute, subject to foreclosure, part of an open fraud investigation, and possibly tied to federal tax evasion. They never had a chance. The deal fell through within hours. The buyer didn't even respond to their messages. He just walked away. By 4 p.m., the antique shop was closed permanently. I knew because I drove by and saw my dad locking the doors with a look I'd never seen on his face before. Panic. Pure, helpless panic. That same night, I met Aunt Karen at a diner an hour out of town. She handed me a metal can with a lock on it. Inside was the thing they feared most, the actual will. My grandfather had left the land to be divided equally between my mother and Karen, and if either of them refused the division, it was to go to me. That clause had mysteriously disappeared when the final version was filed. But here it was in his handwriting, notarized, dated after the version they filed. And just like that, I had everything. Saturday morning, my mother showed up at our house uninvited. She looked like she hadn't slept. No makeup, no jewelry, no attitude. She was begging not for money, but for us to stop, for me to stop. She asked if we could talk in private. I didn't say a word. I let her into the living room where Ava was sitting with her tablet, headphones on. My wife looked up from her place by the window. She wasn't smiling. My mom started talking about how family is messy, how she never meant for things to get this far, how I've always been too sensitive. Then she said it. If you care about your daughter's future, you'll stop this. I laughed. I laughed so hard I actually had to sit down. I told her that Ava's future was exactly why I wasn't going to stop. I told her that I still had the forged documents, that the estate was being reopened, that fraud charges were being discussed, that I had every message, every document, every signature that showed what they'd done, and that the only deal I'd make was the one I'd write myself. She left without another word. By Monday, Dana had filed a complete petition for control of the estate on my behalf. Karen supported it. With the new will, the tax records, and the zoning violations, my parents had no legal leg to stand on. And just when they thought things couldn't get any worse, I made another call to the IRS. I gave them everything because when my wife begged them for help after the accident, they turned their backs. When I sold the last thing I owned to keep her medications on, they laughed. When my daughter opened that envelope on her birthday and cried, they smiled. So I smiled, too, and burned everything they had left. On Tuesday, the letters started arriving at their house. One from the county court, one from the IRS, and one from the zoning board. I know this because I paid the neighbor's kid $50 to record the moment my dad opened the mailbox and just stood there, frozen. But it wasn't over. The real fun started when Dana found a loophole in the inheritance transfer. It turned out that because my mother had used a forged signature to bypass Karen's share, and because the true will left everything equally divided or to me, the entire transfer was now considered fraudulent. Legally, the estate had to go back into probate, which meant that everything could be auctioned off. The land, the furniture, the store's inventory, even the guest house, everything. Then I made the move they never saw coming. I bought it all through proxies, fake names, a shell LLC I'd set up a year ago called Ava Fields Trust. They didn't recognize it, didn't suspect. Every time something came up for auction, I bought it for pennies. The land they were going to sell for almost $1 million, I got for $126,000. The antique shop inventory, $14,000 for all of it. The guest house, $31,000 flat. By the time they realized who owned everything, it was too late. I drove to the property they once said I'd never be worthy of, parked my truck, walked up to the front porch of the guest house. My guest house now, and left a letter taped to the door. It was short. The land belongs to Ava now, just like everything else you threw away. 2 days later, my father tried to call again. Then my mom. I didn't answer. I didn't have to. That Saturday, we took Ava out to look at the property. She wore rain boots and ran around the field like it was her private kingdom. My wife rolled down the gravel path beside her, smiling for the first time in months. Then the unexpected happened that night. There was a knock at the door. It wasn't my parents. It was Karen. She was holding a letter. Her face was pale. She handed it to me and said, "You are not going to believe this." It was from a private bank in South Carolina. Apparently, my grandfather had a second trust account that no one knew about, one that could only be accessed by the person named in a special clause in the original will, me. Karen had only found out because she'd started digging through old estate records after we reopened the case. It wasn't huge, not a fortune, but it was enough to matter. Over $300,000 untouched since the 90s, earmarked for emergency use by the heir of integrity. Heir of integrity. I didn't even know the man thought that much of me. Suddenly, everything changed. Not just because I had one, not just because I'd taken back everything they tried to steal from me, but because it turned out my grandfather had seen it all coming. He knew who they were, and he knew who I was becoming. So I made one last decision. I opened the trust, but not for me. I set up a college fund for Ava. In her name, full tuition, no matter where she wants to go. If she wants to build a life far away from all this, she'll never have to look back. My parents, on the other hand, they lost everything, and I haven't heard from them since. It had been quiet for weeks. Ava became a child again. We started going out to the country every other weekend just to walk and breathe and talk about what she wanted to build there one day. My wife seemed lighter, too, as if we'd finally put the ghosts behind us. The property was officially in my name. The auction was over. The IRS froze my parents' remaining assets. The antique store was padlocked, stripped of inventory, and we heard rumors that they'd moved to a cheap apartment across town. I hadn't seen them since, until the morning someone broke into our house. It wasn't a mess. Nothing stolen, just the back door left open, some drawers disturbed in the office, and a single item missing. The metal box that once held the real will. I had it scanned, copied, filed, but still it upset me. I filed a report, installed security cameras, changed the locks. But deep down, I knew it wasn't a coincidence. Someone wanted to erase evidence. Someone wanted leverage. The problem was they were too late. 3 days later, I got a call from a block number. I picked up, thinking it might be Dana or maybe Karen on a new line. Instead, a voice I didn't recognize said, "If you care about Ava's safety, you'll drop the case. All of it." I didn't respond. I just hung up and called the police. They traced the call. It came from a prepaid burner phone purchased with cash from a gas station not 10 minutes from where my parents now lived. I didn't tell Ava or my wife, but I took precautions. I made copies of every document, physically, digitally, in the cloud, USB. I gave one copy to Karen, one to Dana, and one I sealed in a box and deposited in a bank for safekeeping. Then I disappeared for 3 days. Not physically, just digitally. I stopped answering texts, turned off locations, deleted my presence, and I waited. On the 4th night, a black sedan pulled into the driveway of our old house, the one we rented before all this. It was supposed to be empty. I had canceled the lease, but someone was there watching, waiting. So, I drove over with a police car 2 blocks behind me. I parked half a block away and watched as my father got out of the sedan, a crowbar in his right hand. He walked up to the front porch like he owned it. Then 2 officers stepped out of the shadows and called his name. He froze, didn't run, didn't speak, just slowly put down the crowbar and let them handcuff him. In the car was my mother. She refused to come out until they threatened to break the window. She didn't speak during the interrogation, but the police said enough. The voice on the phone matched a partial voice print from a message she'd left me months earlier. The fingerprints on the crowbar matched my father's. They couldn't prove the threat outright, but they had enough to get a restraining order and open an investigation. I thought that was the end of it until Dana called. She had news. The probate court had found something while finalizing the new transfer. An old debt, something registered in my parents' name over 15 years ago. A lien on the property from a failed business they had kept off the books. One they never paid. The buyer, some LLC based in Arizona. Except the LLC was fake. It had been set up by someone using my dad's tax ID and a fake address. It was fraud, which meant that the original transfer of the estate was void, not only because of the forgery, but also because of the hidden liabilities. The court ordered a complete financial audit. Every bank account, every asset, every transaction for the last 20 years. And then the final surprise. Dana found a bank account in my name, opened when I was 16 by my parents with forged signatures. Tens of thousands had moved through it over the years. Money they'd used, loans they took out, debts they never paid. In the eyes of the IRS, that made me liable unless I pressed charges, which I now had every reason to do. They'd been stealing from me for years behind my back in my name. And if I hadn't found that account, it would have ruined Ava's future. They tried to destroy us. Now they were the ones circling the drain, and I had one more card to play. The bank account in my name was the last straw. The next morning, I sat in Dana's office, flipping through pages of forged documents, fake loan applications, and wire transfers to names I didn't even recognize. Some of the money had gone to vacations they took while my wife was in the hospital. Some had been used to remodel their kitchen. Marble countertops I'd once been told they'd earned through hard work. Dana looked at me and said, "You have enough to put them away." But I didn't say yes. Not right away. I drove home, sat in the yard while Ava ran around with her friends, and thought about what they'd done, not just to me, but to her. My wife joined me and said nothing for a long time. Then she said, "Do whatever gives you peace." That night, I made my decision. I pressed charges: fraud, identity theft, financial abuse. Within a week, investigators had frozen their accounts. The sheriff's department issued warrants. I didn't need revenge anymore. I just needed the truth to win. And for the first time in my life, I had it. But then the unexpected happened again. I got a letter, not from my parents, but from a man named Everett Lewis. He said he used to work for my grandfather back when the old man still handled land leases. He'd seen the probate case on the news and said he had something that belonged to me. I met him at a warehouse on the outskirts of town. He was in his 70s, wore an oil-stained jacket, and had a handshake like a rusted vice. He led me to unit number 81. I opened the door. Inside was an old cedar chest. He said my grandfather had asked him to store it in 1997 and give it to me when the time was right. I opened it and just stood there. Inside were journals, dozens of them, all handwritten by my grandfather. Letters addressed to me, one for each birthday he never got to celebrate with me after he and my parents fell out. Photos I'd never seen. Stories of how he built his business. A note tucked into the top of the last journal that said, "If you're reading this, you fought harder than I ever could. Use what I left you to build something that will last." At the bottom of the trunk was a deed to 10 acres of virgin forest in the northern part of the county. My grandfather had bought it in 1985, never told anyone, and left it in trust for me, the final map. 3 months later, we broke ground on a new house on my land. Not the land they fought over, not the place they poisoned, but something untouched, clean, ours. We built a ramp right into the front door. Ava picked out the colors for each room. My wife picked the layout, the cabinets, the light fixtures. She said she wanted the kitchen to feel like sunlight. I made sure it did. Karen visits almost every weekend now. She brings pies, always cake. We laugh a lot. Dana came to the dedication and gave Ava a framed certificate. Founder of the Ava Fields Trust for Courage and Heritage of Fire. Ava hung it over her desk. And my parents? I don't know where they are, but last I heard, they filed for bankruptcy. The fraud case is still open. Their names don't come up anymore. Ava never asks about them, and I never bring them up because we don't owe anything to our past. We owe everything to what we build next, and we're just getting started. What would you have done if your own parents betrayed your child like that? Would you have taken revenge or walked away? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. I'm really curious how others would handle something this personal and messy. Now on to the next story. Story 6. My family called me a burden and disowned me. "We don't want to see you," they shouted, and they celebrated Christmas without me. I was calm and left, but when I got my inheritance, in retrospect, I should have seen it coming. The signs were always there. Every year, my relationship with my family deteriorated. They only spoke to me when they needed something, money or favors. If I helped, I barely got a thank you. If I didn't, they acted like I was a selfish freeloader. My parents constantly reminded me that I was still living in their house, and in their eyes, that meant I owed them. It didn't matter that I had a full-time job. It didn't matter that my brother, Tyler, and his wife, Emily, also lived there rent-free, doing nothing. But somehow, I was the burden. Tyler and Emily have always been on my parents' side. They had no money, no jobs, and no plans to change that. They were perfectly happy living off my parents, so of course they agreed with everything they said. And my parents? They acted like I was the world's biggest disappointment just because I wouldn't hand over my paycheck every time they asked for it. I guess they finally had enough of me because a few days before Christmas, everything exploded. I came home from work and walked into the living room. They were all sitting there waiting for me. Mom, Dad, Tyler, and Emily. I knew that look. It was never good. Mom spoke first. "Ethan, we need to have a serious talk." I didn't say anything. I just sat down and waited. Dad took over. "We've been thinking, and we don't want you here anymore." Just like that, no hesitation, no sugarcoating. "We want to start the new year without you." Mom added, "It's time for you to move out. You're an adult." Dad said, "It's not right for you to keep living here and not helping us when we need you." It was a joke. I did help. I paid for groceries sometimes. I paid bills when I could. But I wasn't their personal banker, and that was the problem. I looked at Tyler and Emily. They weren't even pretending to look sad about it. That's when it hit me. They wanted my room. I knew they were planning on having kids soon, and I guess they figured they needed the space. Mom kept talking. "We've given you a home for 23 years. You've had more than enough time to get on your feet. It's time for you to be on your own." "Okay," I said. That made them angry. Mom's face twisted. "That's all you have to say?" Dad leaned forward. "We tell you we don't want to see you and you don't even care?" I shrugged. "You've already made up your mind. What do you expect me to do?" They didn't like that answer, but I wasn't going to fight them. What was the point? They had decided that I was a burden, and no amount of arguing was going to change that. Dad stood up. "Then pack your things and leave." So I did. I went upstairs, packed a suitcase, grabbed my laptop, and filled a couple of bags with my stuff. No one offered to help. No one even looked. They just stayed downstairs, probably already talking about how nice it would be to have me gone. The next morning, I left. No goodbyes, no last-minute doubts from them. Just me walking out the door for the last time. I went to my Uncle Richard's house. He and my grandmother were the only ones who ever really cared about me. The moment I called him, he told me to come over, no hesitation. That night, as my parents, Tyler, and Emily celebrated Christmas without me for the first time in my life, my uncle and grandmother sat at the table with me. "You know they're terrible people, right?" Uncle Richard said. "You're better off without them." Grandma nodded. "They don't deserve you." I wanted to believe them, I really did, but after 23 years it was hard not to feel that maybe, just maybe, my own family was right about me. Little did I know that in 3 months, everything would change. Living with Uncle Richard and Grandma was the complete opposite of what I was used to. For the first time in my life, I wasn't walking on eggshells. There was no one making me feel like a burden. No passive-aggressive comments about how I wasn't doing enough. No one demanding my money. Felt strange, almost too easy. At first, I kept waiting for the catch. Maybe Uncle Richard would get annoyed with me? Maybe Grandma would hint that I needed to pay rent? But it never happened. If anything, they went out of their way to make sure I felt at home. Uncle Richard would joke that the house was big enough for both of us and that, unlike my parents, he didn't expect me to support him. Grandma cooked my favorite meals and reminded me, every time she saw me looking lost, that I wasn't the problem. They were. "I should have fought harder for you," she once told me. "I used to make excuses for your parents, but I can't anymore. They've shown who they really are." Hearing that from her was both comforting and painful. I had spent years telling myself that maybe I was the problem, that maybe if I had been more helpful, if I had given them more money, they would have loved me the way a family should. But Grandma's words stayed with me. 3 months passed. I was doing well. I had a steady job, was starting to save money, and for the first time, I could breathe without the constant weight of guilt weighing me down. And just when I thought life was finally settling into something good, everything changed again. Grandma got sick. It happened so fast. It didn't feel real. One day she was fine, laughing, cooking, telling stories. The next, she was in the hospital, looking smaller and weaker than I had ever seen her. Uncle Richard and I spent every day by her side. But it didn't matter. Within 2 weeks, she was gone. Just like that. The funeral was small, just close family and a few of her old friends. My parents didn't come. Tyler and Emily didn't even send a text. I shouldn't have been surprised, but I was. Losing her was a different kind of pain. She was one of the only people who had ever been on my side, who had truly loved me, and now she was gone. After the funeral, I just tried to focus on getting through each day. I thought that was the worst of it. I thought life would get back to normal. Then we got a call from Nana's lawyer. Uncle Richard and I went to his office a few days later, expecting it to be a simple reading of her will. I wasn't expecting much. Maybe some of her belongings, a letter, something sentimental. But as the lawyer began to go through her estate, I felt as if the rug had been pulled out from under me. Grandma had left me everything. Her entire life savings, $500,000. I couldn't even process it at first. I sat there staring at the papers, waiting for someone to tell me it was a mistake. But it wasn't. Uncle Richard just grinned and patted me on the back. She always said she wanted to make sure you were taken care of. $500,000. It was more money than I had ever seen in my life. I didn't know what I was going to do with it, but one thing was clear. I was finally free. I could get my own place, start fresh, build a life without my parents' voices in the back of my head telling me I was a disappointment. And then my parents found out. That's when the war started. At first, I didn't tell anyone about the inheritance. Uncle Richard knew, of course, but he told me to keep quiet for a while. Give yourself time to think, he said. Once people find out, they're going to come crawling. He was right, but I didn't expect how bad it would get. Somehow, maybe through some distant relative, maybe from snooping, my parents found out. And the moment they did, they came running. I was at work when I got the first call from my mother. I ignored it. Then another. Then another. My phone wouldn't stop buzzing. By the time I went on break, I had over a dozen missed calls and a flood of texts. Mom, Ethan, we need to talk. Dad, call me back now. Mom, we just heard about Grandma's will. I can't believe you didn't tell us. We're family. Tyler, bro, WTF. Call Mom before she loses it. I stared at the messages, my stomach twisting. I should have blocked them right then and there, but part of me wanted to hear what they had to say. So, like an idiot, I called back. The second my mom picked up, she wasn't even pretending to be calm. How dare you keep this from us? She snapped. We're your family, Ethan. You should have come to us first. Why? I asked, genuinely curious. It's my inheritance. Mom scoffed. You think you deserve all that money after everything we've done for you? Everything they had done for me? I almost laughed. Dad took the phone. Then you need to come home. We need to discuss this as a family. I knew what that meant. They wanted me to hand over the money. No, I said. There was a long silence before Dad spoke again, his voice lower, angrier. Excuse me. I said no. I'm not coming over. You owe us. Mom shrieked. We raised you. We let you live under our roof for 23 years. You wouldn't have anything if it weren't for us. I felt something snap inside me. The same argument, the same guilt-tripping, the same manipulation. I was done. Then consider us even, I said. You gave me a roof. I gave you my childhood. And I hung up. I thought that would be the end of it. I thought they would scream about it to each other, maybe send a few more angry texts, and eventually give up. I underestimated them because the next day, they showed up at Uncle Richard's house. I was in my room when I heard the pounding at the door, then shouting, then Uncle Richard yelling back. I rushed downstairs just as he swung the door open to reveal my parents and Tyler standing on the porch. Mom's eyes were red, like she'd been crying or forcing herself to cry. Ethan, she said, we just want to talk. No, you don't, Uncle Richard cut in. You want money. Dad ignored him and stepped forward, looking straight at me. We're struggling, Ethan. Your mother and I are drowning in bills. Tyler and Emily are trying to start a family, and you're sitting on $500,000 while we suffer. Tyler, standing behind him, crossed his arms. Dude, don't be selfish. You have more than you need. I almost laughed. More than I needed? After years of them treating me like an ATM, suddenly I was the selfish one. You didn't even come to Grandma's funeral, I said. And now you're here asking for her money? Mom wiped at her eyes. We didn't think it would turn out like this. We thought she'd divide it equally. We thought she'd be fair. I looked her dead in the eyes. She was fair. That's when everything exploded. Mom started screaming about how I was ungrateful, how I was tearing the family apart. Dad threatened to take legal action, said I owed them something for all the years they raised me. Tyler muttered that I was being a prick and should just help out like a real man. And through it all, Uncle Richard stood beside me, arms crossed, not saying a word, until finally he sighed and stepped forward. Listen, you leeches, he said, his voice calm but firm. Ethan doesn't owe you a damn thing. Now, get the hell off my porch before I call the cops. For a second, no one moved. Then, Dad clenched his jaw, grabbed Mom by the arm, and stormed off. Tyler shot me a glare before following. As they drove away, Uncle Richard turned to me and patted my shoulder. You know they're not done, right? I did, and I was right because a few days later I found out they were trying to contest the will. The war wasn't over. It was just beginning. I should have known they wouldn't give up that easily. My parents had spent years trying to control me. First with guilt, then with anger. Now they were trying something new. Legal threats. It started with an email from a lawyer I'd never heard of. Subject: regarding your grandmother's estate. Dear Ethan, I represent your parents in a legal matter concerning the recent inheritance left to you by your grandmother. They believe that the division of assets was unjust and that, as her direct children, they are entitled to a portion of her estate. We would like to resolve this amicably. Please contact us at your earliest convenience to discuss a fair distribution of funds. Fair. I stared at the email, barely able to believe what I was reading. These people had disowned me, thrown me out like garbage, and now they wanted her money. Uncle Richard wasn't surprised when I showed him. He just laughed. Called it, he said. They're vultures. What do we do? I asked. We ignore them, he said. They don't have a case. He was right. My grandmother's will was airtight. She had chosen to leave me everything. There was no mistake, no loophole. But my parents didn't care about that. A few days later, the lawyer emailed me again, this time with a threat. If you do not respond, we will be forced to take legal action to reclaim the portion of the estate that rightfully belongs to your parents. I was done playing nice. I replied, there is nothing to reclaim. The will is legal and final. If you continue to harass me, I will take legal action for harassment. I didn't expect a response, but instead of an email, I got something worse. A lawsuit. They were actually suing me. The moment Uncle Richard saw the papers, he burst out laughing. Idiots, he said. They're wasting their money. I wasn't so sure. I'd never been in a courtroom before. I didn't know how these things worked. What if they win? I asked. They won't, he said. But we're going to make sure this bites them. That's when Uncle Richard did something I didn't expect. He called his own lawyer, a real lawyer, one who actually knew what he was doing. Let's make them regret this, he said. And that's exactly what we did. The first court date was a disaster for them. Their lawyer argued that my grandmother had been mentally unfit when she wrote the will, that she had been manipulated by me and Uncle Richard. But my grandmother had written the will years ago, long before she had even gotten sick. We had documents proving that she was of sound mind when she made her decision. Strike one. Then they tried to argue that my parents deserved a share because they were her children. The judge shut that down fast. Deserving doesn't mean entitled. Strike two. Then came the best part, when we revealed something they hadn't expected. See, my grandmother had left something for my parents. A letter. Not money, not property, just a letter explaining exactly why they weren't getting a cent. And we had the judge read it aloud in court. To my son and his wife. If you are reading this, it means you are fighting for something that was never yours to begin with. I have watched how you treated Ethan his entire life. I have seen the way you used him, belittled him, and discarded him when he was no longer useful to you. You have been selfish, cruel, and undeserving of anything I could give. That is why I leave you nothing. This money belongs to Ethan, not because of luck, not because of favoritism, but because he is the only one who has shown kindness, integrity, and strength in the face of your mistreatment. He deserves a fresh start. You do not. Let this be my final lesson to you. You reap what you sow. When the judge finished reading, my parents sat there in stunned silence. Tyler looked like he wanted to sink into the floor. Strike three. Case dismissed. I won. And just like that, my parents' last chance to get their hands on my money disappeared. But they weren't done yet. No, after losing in court, they went for something even lower. They went after my job. Winning in court should have been the end of it. Any sane person would have accepted defeat and moved on. But my parents, they were insane. They were desperate. A week after the lawsuit was dismissed, I got a call from my manager at work. "Ethan, we need to talk." The moment I stepped into his office, I knew something was wrong. He had a serious look on his face, his hands folded on his desk. "We've been getting some concerning reports about you." "What kind of reports?" I asked, already suspecting the answer. He hesitated. "Anonymous complaints saying you've been involved in fraud, that you manipulated your grandmother into giving you her estate." I almost laughed. "Let me guess. My parents called?" He didn't confirm it, but he didn't have to. "Look, Ethan, I don't believe it," he said quickly. "But HR has to investigate when we get reports like this." I sat there, trying not to lose it. They had lost in court, lost every attempt to take what was mine, and now they were trying to get me fired. "I'll cooperate," I said, keeping my voice steady. "But I hope you know this is all lies." He nodded. I figured, just sit tight while we clear it up. It took a week, but eventually, HR confirmed there was zero evidence of fraud or manipulation. My job was safe, but my patience was gone. That was the last straw. I had tried everything. Ignoring them, standing up to them, fighting them in court, and they still wouldn't stop. I knew one thing. As long as they thought they had a chance of squeezing money out of me, they would never leave me alone. So, I decided to make sure they never tried it again. I knew a few guys, not criminals, just people who knew how to handle situations like this, people who could be persuasive. I made some calls, paid a reasonable amount, and let them handle the rest. 2 days later, I got a text from one of them. "It's done. They won't bother you again." Later, I heard what happened. A group of guys showed up at my parents' house late in the evening. They didn't break in. They didn't hurt anyone. They just talked firmly. They told my parents in no uncertain terms that if they ever tried to interfere in my life again, if they ever called me, harassed me, or pulled another stunt like the lawsuit, there would be consequences. They didn't say what kind. They didn't need to. The message was clear. Tyler was home when it happened. I heard he just stood there silent while my parents stammered and nodded, too terrified to argue. After that, nothing. No more calls, no more texts, no more fake apologies or desperate pleas for money. My parents vanished from my life completely. Tyler stayed silent, like he never existed. And I won. For the first time in my life, I was free. No more guilt, no more manipulation, no more being treated like a walking ATM. I cut them off completely and permanently. With them gone, I could finally focus on my real family. Uncle Richard. He had been there for me when no one else was, and now it was my turn to take care of him. I made sure he never had to worry about money again. Paid off his mortgage, helped with his expenses, made sure he lived comfortably. He never expected it, but he was grateful. "You don't have to do this," he told me one day. "I want to," I said. "You're the only family I have left." And that was the truth. Some people say revenge is pointless, that cutting off toxic family isn't winning, it's just avoiding them. But they don't understand. Winning isn't about getting even, it's about moving on. And I did. Update. It's been 6 months since it all went down. Since the lawsuit. Since they tried to ruin my life. Since I made sure they never mess with me again. Life has been good. I moved into my own place, got a better job, and I've been supporting Uncle Richard, who is really the only real family I have. Then, out of nowhere, my parents tried to contact me. First, it was a text from my mom. "We miss you. Let's talk." Ignored. Then my dad sent an email, all formal as if nothing had happened. "We'd love to see you and reconnect as a family." Deleted. Even Tyler tried. "Bro, let's put all this behind us. Family is family." Blocked. No apologies, no acknowledgement of what they did. Just them pretending like they didn't spend months trying to destroy me. As if they hadn't disowned me, sued me, and tried to ruin my job. I didn't react. I didn't have to. They made their choice. Now they have to live with it. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.